You're
Good
audible.
morning, sir.
Good morning.
We'll start at about 9 or 9:1, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. welcome everyone to this 1 week course on GIAN, which is Global Initiative for Academic Network. Now, this course is on the topic heat stress and advances in passive cooling, and this is scheduled from 8th to 12th September. We are deeply honored that our esteemed director, sir, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, sir, has constantly encouraged, and he has a visionary leadership because of which we are able to conduct such initiatives of such global academic relevance. I also extend my heartful welcome to our respected head of the Department Architecture, Dr. D. Srinivas, whose support has been instrumental in shaping this program and so many more programs that we do in the institution. A special welcome goes to our distinguished foreign course faculty, Professor Matt Santamoris from University of South Wales, Australia. He is an internationally renowned expert in sustainable building science. As we all know, that he is one of the most cited researcher in the world in the field of architecture and construction, and I deem it our privilege that he is here today to share his vast experience and knowledge on something which is of such high relevance today. The entire world and country is talking about this and taking so many initiatives to combat heat stress. So I also take this opportunity to welcome our enthusiastic participants, faculty, research scholars, and students who have joined us from across various institutions. Your presence reflects a shared commitment to addressing the pressing challenges of climate change, heat stress, and the pursuit of passive cooling innovation. This course is envisioned as a platform for knowledge exchange, research collaborations, and capacity building. So, over the next 5 days, we look forward to engaging discussions, interactive sessions, and developing new ideas that will help us to advance sustainable design practices in India. I once again extend a warm welcome to all, and I wish you a highly productive and enriching learning experience. Before I move on, I would request our head of the department, Dr. D. Srinivas, to say a few words to you. Can I please have Dr. Srinivas, sir, to speak something? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all participants to this 1 week online GIAN course on heat stress and advances in passive cooling, which is organized by SPA Vijayawada. And this timely initiative addresses one of the most pressing challenges of our time. So heat stress and the urgent need for sustainable, climate responsive cooling strategies in the built environment. So we are honored to have distinguished experts contributing to this course. So I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Iyer Vijayalakshmi, who is an Indian course faculty, for her efforts in shaping the academic framework of this program. And a special thanks to Dr. Mathos Santamoris, who is a foreign course faculty from UNSW Sydney, for he will be bringing invaluable global perspectives to this vital topic. And I would also thank Dr. Fayaz Ahmed, the Institute Coordinator, for his seamless coordination and commitment to ensuring this course to bring to this stage. And there are other faculty members who will also be presenting in this GIAN course. So above all, I would express heartfelt appreciation to Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, Director, SPA Vijayawada, whose vision, mentorship, and unwavering support have been the guiding force behind this initiative. So I could see there's a good number of participants, and I wish all the participants an enriching and intellectually stimulating learning experience. So I don't think I should not take much time, because let us go to the experts and sharing of the knowledge. Thank you, Dr. Iyer and Dr. Prashanti Rao.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Thank you.
your kind words, sir, for inception of this program. I welcome everyone, and I would like to introduce our first speaker of the day. Today we have a we have a session, two sessions. That is Dr. Iyer Vijayalakshmi, who is going to present on health implication of warm cities, heat stress basics, and heat stress in the Indian context, impact of heat stress, where she is going to talk about urban heat and heat stress. So I would like to I would like to introduce. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Iyer Vijayalakshmi Kashinath, professor in the Department of Architecture at the School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, an institute of national importance under the Ministry of Education and Government of India. Dr. Vijayalakshmi holds a bachelor's and master's in architecture from Anna University, a PhD under the AICT QIP scheme, and advanced research experience as an Erasmus Mundus Fellow at Politecnico di Milano in the area of smart materials and nanotechnology. Her teaching and mentorship extended across undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral levels, with several completed PhD candidates under her supervision. With over 25 years of her academic and research experience, she has served in various leadership roles, including head of the department and dean research at SPA Vijayawada. She has designed and delivered multiple NPTEL Swayam online courses on sustainable buildings, passive strategies, and decarbonization in architecture, impacting students and professionals across India. Dr. Vijayalakshmi has authored and edited numerous books with Springer, including Building Thermal Performance and Sustainability in 2023, Conservation of Built Heritage in India 2024, and Sustainable Architecture Towards a Greener India 2025. Apart from this, our eminent speaker, Dr. Mac, has magnanimously given a forward for embodied and operational carbon of buildings, which is authored by Dr. Vijayalakshmi. Her research contribution include more than 40 international publications focusing on building thermal performance, bioclimatic strategies, vernacular architecture, and resilient urban design. She also guided award-winning students teams in the Solar Decathlon Indian competition, receiving national recognition for her mentorship and leadership. Her accolades include the prestigious Birla White Yuva Ratna Award, the Erasmus Mundus Fellowship, and several national and international nominations for her contribution to sustainable architecture. We are proud to say she has recently been honored with the National Award for Teachers 2025 by the Ministry of Education, Government of India, making her only the second person in the field of architecture to receive this distinction. Please, I welcome Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Kashinath, a distinguished academic researcher and thought leader in sustainable and resilient architecture. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Prashanti. Such a wonderful introduction. I feel so important, and I myself have raised my expectations about what I will deliver. Thank you. And again, a warm welcome to everybody, all the participants here. And I will share my screen. And before I start, I'd like to tell you that my first lecture is more like a prelude about why we are doing this and the significance of heat stress. I'm just laying the background of issues of heat stress and heat wave, and therefore probably the significance of this program. Yes. Okay. So you all can see my screen, right? So can you see my full screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Full screen is
So
visible,
it's not in full screen. It's not on slideshow, but we can see it.
but I don't know why it is not in full screen. One
Kindly
minute.
share the entire screen rather than the window.
Right. So I need assistance from Lily Madam, who is an expert in all this, and I'm exactly opposite of this. See, I don't even know how to do this. Entire screen. Uh-huh. What is coming in entire screen?
Yes. Now we can see the slide.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I think we are seeing the presenter window.
Ah,
So go to slide.
Ma'am, here, third one. Upari. Third.
end slideshow.
No.
Show taskbar, display settings. Right? End slideshow.
Yeah, now.
Huh?
There are three dots below on the left. Yeah. Go to hide presenter. Yeah, fine.
Dr. Lily, thank you so much. Something I never knew so far. Okay. So, no, see, it is not coming. Still, I mean, okay, fine, which means I can't go for a presenter view. Okay, fine, no problem. So, again, welcome to this 1 week online GIAN course on heat stress and advances in passive cooling. And I'm very happy to be alongside such important person like Matthew Santamoris, and also Dr. Lily Rose on Dr. Fez. See, this slide I had prepared much earlier, and therefore I don't have their names and their photos, but actually they both of them will also be speaking in this program. So this program will have I'll be talking about heat wave impact on buildings and infrastructure due to heat waves. What is heat stress? Heat stress in the Indian context, built environment and heat stress, health implications of heat stress on infants, children, adults, and elderly. Slightly in brief, because there's a lot of data already on this, and probably touch a little bit on occupational heat stress, which is actually my interest. So let's see what is heat wave. So what is heat wave? Heat wave is a period of abnormally hot weather that lasts for multiple days. So heat wave is usually measured relative to the usual climate in the area and to the normal temperature of the season. So what do we mean by that? If the normal temperature of that, or the average temperature of that of a particular place, is 40 degrees centigrade, then we don't say that throughout the year they have heat waves. So when there is abnormality in temperature and there is a dramatic deviation from the usual climate of a particular area, we say that that place is experiencing heat waves. And heat wave is not just about 2 hours or 3 hours. It is called as heat wave when it lasts for maybe 1 or 2 or 3 days. So temperature that humans from hotter climate consider normal can be regarded or treated as a heat wave in a cooler area. That is, in a say if we look at a place like Shimla, then maybe 38 degrees centigrade could be called as or considered as a heat wave. So that's what I mean by saying that it is thing. Then numerically, what are heat waves? So we first said that heat wave means it is relative. Okay, but then numerically, how do you say that it's a heat wave even for a particular place? So the criteria for declaring heat wave in India. So there may be many other places which may have criteria, but let us discuss about the criteria in India. So in India, heat wave is considered if the maximum temperature of the station means the meteorological station, that reaches at least 40 degrees centigrade or more for plain areas and 30 degrees centigrade or more for hilly regions. Then we say, or then we can say that the place is having heat wave. Then 1 minute, huh? Yeah. So right. 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 Now, based on departure from normal, we will say, so these are absolute terms of calling a place is being affected by heat wave. But there is another criteria which is departure from normal. So we say there is a heat wave if departure from normal is 4.5 degrees to 6.4 degree centigrade. And we say there is severe heat wave when the departure from normal is above 6.4 degrees centigrade. So based on actual maximum temperature, this is another criteria based on actual maximum temperature. So we say when actual maximum temperature is greater than 45 degrees centigrade, then that place is affected by heat wave. And if it is more than 47 degrees centigrade, we will say it is affected by severe heat wave. So this is the criteria. Now to declare that a particular place is having heat wave, this criteria should be met in at least 2 stations. So this criteria should be met in 2 stations in a meteorological subdivision for at least 2 days. And then this will be declared at the end of the second consecutive day. So these are the criteria which we call, based on which we will declare as heat waves. First criteria is this, second criteria is departure from normal, whether it is between 4.5 degrees to 6.4 degrees. Severe means more than 6.4 degrees. And then based on the actual maximum temperature, 45 degrees centigrade, and severe heat wave means above 47 degrees centigrade. So the criteria is already given by IMD like this, where they declare a green alert where no action is required and the maximum temperatures are near normal. Whereas yellow alert means heat wave alert is there. So this condition is likely to persist for 2 days. So in the beginning itself, they tell that it is likely to become a heat wave. So this is a tolerable temperature for general public and infants, pregnant women, elderly people, people with chronic disease, etc. Then comes the orange alert, which means you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared for severe heat alert for the day. Severe heat wave conditions may persist for 2 days or longer and then may persist even for 4 days. In which case, this high temperature increases the likelihood of heat illness. What all happens, we will see later. And then here the warning comes, you have to avoid heat exposure, drink lots of water and keep yourself hydrated. And then the worst, which is the red alert comes, which is extreme heat alert for the day. And this severe heat, so it is no longer just heat, but it is severe heat wave and it can persist for 2 days. So total number of heat or severe heat wave days could exceed 6 days. Then it is called as the red alert. And here there is high likelihood of people getting heat illness, including stroke for all age groups, and there has to be extreme care needed for the vulnerable people. So this is the definition of heat wave in India as per IMD. Then let us see what is happening with heat waves. So heat waves and how it's a rising trend. So heat extremes in India have increased linearly, and then we have had major heat waves in 2013, 16, 2019, 2022 and 2024. So you can see the frequency has become very close. So almost every year or every alternate year we seem to be having heat waves. However, in the last decade, very warm nights have increased faster than very hot days. This is slightly of significance to us because see, warmer nights become a concern because you are not allowing or you are not giving time for the building to cool at all. If it is going to be warm during the day and warm during the night, then the building or the human body is not able to cool down and recover from how it was battered throughout the day with the heat. Also, you can see that in this picture, you can see heat wave vulnerability. Nearly 70% of districts have experienced 5 or more additional very warm nights every summer. That is between March and June, there has been very warm nights, and only 28% of districts saw a similar increase in very hot days. So hot, warmer nights are becoming more common. And as I told you, we cannot afford to have the nights also as warm because they will prevent the human body from cooling down after intense daytime heat. This significantly increases the risk of health in all humans, including leading to heat strokes and also non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, hypertension. All this can increase. Now, this is not just a story, but I myself have experienced it. Last May, when we were relocating or shifting my house, I didn't do much work during the shifting process. I had switched on the AC and packed everything. But in the process of shifting from one house to another house, in the evening, I really had the impact of heat stress. It was a month of May, the new house, AC connections were not there. I fainted and fell down. And I could actually see what it means to have things like hypertension when the body heat increases. Also, what I am saying is pertinent, or it is more relevant to vulnerable populations such as children, the elderly, in which category I might come, but that only I will tell, pregnant women, and those from marginalized background, and those with existing chronic health condition. So, what is a warm night? So, I've been saying that warm nights are important and concerning, but what is a warm night? A warm night is declared only when the maximum temperature remains at 40 degrees centigrade or more. It is defined based on departure of actual minimum temperature. And warm night temperature departure is 4.5 degrees to 6.4 degrees centigrade, and very warm night means again more than 6.4 degree centigrade. So under these conditions, it is said the nights are very warm, and then that is when it becomes extremely difficult to sustain without some aid or help. Now let us look at heat wave prone regions in India. About 57% of Indian districts, which is home to 76% of the country's population, are currently at high to very high risk from extreme heat. So 417 out of 734 Indian districts fall in the high or very high risk category. Now, out of these, 151 high risk and 266 are very high risk category. Also, 201 districts fall under moderate category, and 116 districts fall either in low or very low category. So this does not indicate that these districts are free of heat risk, but the risk is relatively less as compared to the other districts. So If we look at which are the states and union territories in which these districts are located, which are at highest heat risks, they are New Delhi, Maharashtra, Goa, Kerala, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh. So these are the major states and union territories which have highest heat risk. But if you look at the map, you can see that high and very high category, they occupy so much of area, or the geography is so high. Almost 76% falls into this. 76% of population live in these areas. So what are the broad issues? What is the issue that we have? Now, heat waves it's a period where local excess heat accumulates over a sequence of unusually hot days and nights. Heat waves and prolonged excess heat conditions are increasing in frequency, duration, intensity, and magnitude due to climate change. So even low and moderate intensity heat waves can have a great impact on our health, and it is going to affect the vulnerable population the most. Long periods of high day and nighttime temperature conditions can create cumulative stress on the human body. What do we mean by cumulative stress? The body is not able to cool down between the high day and high nighttime temperature. And this increases the risk of illness and death from heat exposure. These can also cause loss of health service delivery capacity, because one major issue during heat stress is power outages. So imagine a combination of heat wave, body experiencing heat stress, and having power shortages which accompany these heat waves, and these can also disrupt health facility and so many other things that we always experience, water shortage and things like that. Now, how is India heating up? If you see how India is heating up, between 2011 to 2010, you can see how significantly during the cooler months, see, January, February is considered a cooler month, but even here, it's becoming warm. The average diversion from mean temperature is increasing all round throughout the year. Between March and May, if you see, it's plus 2.7 degrees increase in average. Between June and September, it is plus 3.1 degree increase. And October and November, it is minus 1.6. See, minus 1.6 means what? As compared to what was in, say, 1920, it's become warmer. Okay, so there has been a huge spike in heat waves. For example, in 2022, you can see there were 280 more heat days than last 3 years combined together. So we can clearly see that India is actually heating up as much as many other parts of the world. It's not just about India, but our concern is India. So how heat waves is affecting India? So heat is often called as an invisible disaster because it does not leave any physical destruction, and therefore it becomes very hard to measure its impact. That is, if 10 people are in a particular place, 3 of them can get affected by heat wave. So you cannot measure. In fact, by the time you find out it's because of heat wave itself, the statistics will change. Because if it's the initial of getting affected, then some amount of hydration, placing in a AC room can make them feel better. And therefore, they are very dangerous because extreme heat broke all records in 2024, and this was recognized globally as the hottest year since we started collecting records. Asia accounts for 45% of global heat related deaths between the year 2000 to 2019. So in the last 19 years or so, 45% of the total death due to heat is because is in Asia and India, where billions of people face heat waves annually, and this remains the most affected region in the world. In 2024, India experienced its longest recorded heat wave since 2010. Many states experienced daytime temperature of over 40 degrees centigrade for an entire month, leading to nearly 44,000 cases of heat stroke, excluding mine, because my case and all never got reported. So reported cases are 44,000. By April 2025, more than 10 states had already experienced heat waves. So further, we don't know how many more. So it's clear that heat wave is affecting India, Asia, and then India. Now, what is the impact of heat wave on buildings and infrastructure? As architects, what is our concern? So we have seen that heat stress, what is the definition of heat stress, heat wave, how heat wave is affecting us, and then as architects or designers, what is our concern? So if we see that heat stress is a concern for architects and planners because first it causes material degradation. How it causes material degradation, we will see later. So this high temperature can cause building materials to expand, contract and degrade over time, and sometimes it can cause structural issues leading to costly repairs and also replacement. For example, if we look at warping or cracking of wood, which is very common, if you look at the door of our house, suddenly when it becomes warm, it may start to close easily, and then when the temperature, I mean, if you make it proper for a proper fit for one of the climate, for the other climate, it will not work. That itself shows that there's something happening. Then blistering and peeling of paint or damage to roofing materials can happen. Of course, there are some solutions for it, like we can use heat resistant materials, or we can coat those materials with some protective layers, and this can help us to mitigate the problem. Also, we can look at how to design buildings with some features like fire breaks or something like that in fire prone areas. Second is increased energy consumption. So buildings in hot climates require significant energy for cooling, and this leads us to have more energy consumed along with increase in our energy bills, and something which I keep on talking about, which is increased carbon emissions. Why do I keep on talking about? Because we are trying to become carbon neutral by 2070. And if we are not going to address this issue, how can we become carbon neutral? Because it's going to increase your carbon emissions. Then heat stress can exacerbate this issue, particularly where you do not have good insulation or when the buildings are not well ventilated. Sometimes if the buildings are more ventilated and bring in the hot draft, all this can also impact and is a cause of concern for us. Now, architects are now focusing a lot on passive cooling strategies to combat all this. Like architects are trying to talk their clients into having cool roofs or having some specialized shading devices. And if it's a temperature which is bearable, then we also try to go for natural ventilation, and thus we try to reduce the reliance on mechanical devices for cooling the building. The third one is heat health impact. Now, heat stress can affect health and comfort of building occupants, and this can lead to thermal discomfort, reduced productivity, and also heat related illness. So, it can cause thermal discomfort, it can reduce productivity. How it can reduce productivity, I remember very well. When it becomes warm, I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and finish my cooking by 5 o'clock because I cannot tolerate beyond that. I cannot bear the heat that the stove gives to us and also from outside. So it reduces our productivity. So it's all adjust kind of a cooking. You just have to eat something and then no, just manage. Then construction workers, so they are particularly vulnerable to heat stress because it can cause fatigue, stress, and potential heat stroke issues can come along with other silent health problems. So what architects should do is, when designing buildings, specifying materials, we need to be a lot more considerable to the vulnerable groups. So that becomes very important. Then the fourth one is global warming and climate change. So this rising global temperature and more frequent heat waves, this is making heat stress a major concern for architects. So we need to design buildings which can withstand extreme heat and which will also be able to adapt itself to a changing climate conditions. So how can we do this? We can do this by using simple passive strategies or probably go for advanced passive strategies. Simple passive strategies mean be more considerate about building orientation, don't have too much of habitable areas along the west side and so on. Advanced passive strategies means depending on the climate, we can go for earth air tunnels or passive downdraft evaporative cooling and so on. Now let's look at what has actually happened. I'll just see some cases. So in the May of 2021, there is something called the SEG Plaza building in Shenzhen, China, and it started to shake suddenly, and there was a lot of panic and then evacuation. This SEG Plaza is a skyscraper, and when it started experiencing the shaking and the high temperature were blamed the reason for contributing to this. Specifically, the steel frame of the building was thought to have expanded because of heat, leading to swaying of the structure. So all the other factors were investigated, whether there was any activity or anything like that, or there was extraordinary wind that day. In fact, the wind that day was under the bracket of gentle breeze. There was no such thing. So materials expand as they get hotter, especially if it's a steel frame, then the metals will become warmer and they tend to buckle once they exceed the tolerance limit. So this skyscraper in China, high temperature was partly blamed for causing this structure to shake, and which also forced people to evacuate because the steel frame stretched in the heat. Then there was this another case had come up. In this case, the rooftop of what is called as the Forbidden City Cultural Relics Museum again in China. This is also in China. It collapsed in July 2022. I am taking only recent examples amid an extreme heat wave in the country, because of which institutions were also closed. This museum said that because of heat waves, the tiles started to slip from the roof, resulting in collapse of one of the 8 buildings in this cluster, which is a heritage building, and therefore they had this kind of tiles. But because of extreme heat, the adhesive melted and the roof collapsed. So this museum was actually built to commemorate the Second Sino-Japanese and Second World War events. So this incident was actually an eye-opening incident for people because it underscored the challenges that climate change and the need for adaptation measures in urban environments should be followed. And on that day, Shanghai had an heat index of 52.5 degree centigrade. So it was a very warm day, and this is the result of the warm day. Then we don't have to go too far away. In India, in May 2015, roads began to melt because the black surface, which was in full sunlight, that could not tolerate this heat and it began to melt. See, if the air temperature is 45 or 47 degrees centigrade, then the bitumen along with the black color, all that actually increases the road temperature even to 60 degrees centigrade. So this heat wave was actually devastating because in April 2015, we are talking of May 2015, but 1 month before that, more than 1,100 people died in India alone because of heat wave. And especially states like Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, their temperature soared beyond 45 degrees centigrade, and nearly 852 people that year from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana died because of heat wave alone. So this severe heat wave not only impacts humans, but here you can see how the roads started to melt, and imagine what would happen to the tires also. So we are talking only of infrastructure and buildings, but what would happen to the tires? Similarly, in 2019 in Agra, when the temperature went above 45 degrees centigrade, again people started slipping because the bitumen on the road began to melt and then it changed its color. Similarly, in Surat in April 2023, when it became very hot, roads started to leak the bitumen. And commuters, they started to risk slipping on these roads. Then flights were halted after UK heat wave melted the London Luton Airport runway. So you can see here they had to repatch the runway because the runway started to melt. Because if you actually see, even airport runways, even otherwise, are very warm. They are vast expanse of areas which have no greenery but a lot of reflective surface, a black color runway, warm day. So it's a great concoction for disaster to happen when it comes to infrastructure, unless we are prepared to combat it. Okay, and so far we are not, or we were not. In July 2022, UK experienced record-breaking heat. Because of this, there was great disruption to train services as it buckled the railway tracks. This extreme temperature caused the steel rails to expand and buckle, leading to speed restrictions and even cancellations of train. Again, you have to apply the logic. If the air temperature is say 30 degrees centigrade, then this is iron, steel. Its temperature can far exceed 50. Similarly, if air temperature is 40 degrees centigrade, you can imagine how hot it could have become. So this lateral track buckling happened even in Sweden in the year 2020. So it happened in UK and it also happened in Sweden in 2020. And These steel rails expand when heated, and because of that, both these places had this issue. So when rails expand too much, they buckle or bend, and they cause safety hazards to the trains. So the initial thing that is initial information given to them is that you have to be very slow. But after a particular point, it is impossible for the trains to operate on such buckled and crooked rail tracks, and therefore two issues happen. One is the whole inconvenience of the rail system getting hampered, and second is the amount of damage that happens to infrastructure. Then there is another issue that can happen, which is sagging of electric lines. So overhead lines, they provide power to the trains from which they draw the energy to run. Hot weather can cause these overhead lines to sag, like how here, which is exactly not how it is. It is not designed to be sagging. So what happens is, in order to avoid hitting on these lines, trains have to move very slowly so that the lines don't get damaged because of their fast pace. Then the ground beneath the track can become dry. So when you have tracks, the land or the ground below the track can be dry, and it can shrink when you have very hot weather. This can create large pothole-like cracks. So trains cannot travel at the speed that they are supposed to travel. Otherwise, they will risk the rail will not be able to hold it. The track will not be able to hold the train, because the floor below the track becomes weak with so much of crack. Then here is another example where temperature control systems and foil insulation was added to Hammersmith Bridge, London, to prevent heat damage. So whether building is protecting us or we have to protect building, I don't know. It's like wearing a costly shoe. Then there can be economic losses, like the Ellis stores in Scunthorpe, which lost about £1,000 worth of goods after its air conditioning system failed, because the air conditioning system could not cope up the 2022 heat wave. So, and then there is another issue that can happen, that is the heat dome. So what is a heat dome? Heat dome is a phenomena, it's a weather phenomena where high pressure systems in the atmosphere, they trap the warm air, and this prevents it from rising and cooling. So it's like actually covering a pot with a lid. This can lead to prolonged periods of extreme heat, because the heat is not at all escaping, and this gets trapped. And most of the time you can see this is likely to happen in urban centers. The heat prevents the convecting clouds from building up and reducing the chances of rain, because of which there is continual buildup of heat at the surface, and this is also a reason why heat wave is experienced in the center of city. So how heat waves impact? Heat waves impact in buildings by creating heat island in dense areas. It can cause productivity loss and health issues. It can reduce the life of buildings due to deterioration of materials. It can cause increased energy demands and shortages in hospitals. It can cause loss of working hours in schools. It can cause increased demand leading to water shortage, and outdoor workers and their productivity can get affected. When it comes to transportation, heat waves can cause softening, rutting, and melting of bitumen and asphalt. It can cause heat warping, curling, cracks in concrete roads. It can also cause subgrade shrinkage. It can cause pier expansions and damages to bridges. It can cause buckling, warping, and expansion of rail tracks. Runways risk the melting of itself, and flight delays can happen due to increased thrust required for takeoff. Next, what is heat stress? We saw what is heat wave so far. We will see what is heat stress. Heat stress refers to the buildup of heat generated in the body. This heat can be generated internally by muscle use. Say when we go to the gym and work out, or somebody runs a marathon, the body becomes very hot and we pour water on our head. Those who run, I don't run, they pour water on their head to feel a little cool. Or heat stress can be caused externally also by the environment. Now this occurs when the body absorbs heat from the environment and that exceeds the body's ability to dissipate heat. Heat stress results from combination of factors such as high ambient temperature, humidity. Where did we see this combination of high ambient temperature and humidity? The air show that happened in Chennai, which claimed some lives, is a typical example of heat stress as a combination of high ambient temperature and humidity. Now, combination of high ambient temperature, humidity, physical activity, and inadequate fluid intake. This is also a lethal combination during times of extreme heat, because various factors influence the human body's ability to keep the core temperature within its certain boundaries, which is 37 degrees centigrade. So the human body has a certain core temperature which should not increase or exceed. The human heat budget, it results from a balance between heat that is produced by the body and heat that it gives to the surroundings or absorbs from the surrounding. This balance is controlled by the body's thermoregulatory system. What is thermoregulatory system? Our sweat glands, our circulatory system, the skin, hypothalamus, and so on. And sometimes even physiology. That is the way our body functions and behavior. So these covers things like eating, drinking, activity, resting, how much of clothes we put on. All this can add to heat stress. Symptoms of heat stress include rise in core body temperature, palpitation. So the heart starts to beat rapidly. One can start to pant or rapid breathing can happen. One can have excessive sweating because that's the natural way in which the body is trying to combat the heat, because the sweat helps in cooling the body because of evaporative cooling. And these are the ways in which the body tries to help. But if it doesn't help, then it can cause nausea, dizziness, and sometimes in severe cases, we can have health-related illnesses like heat exhaustion or heat stroke. So these are all potentially a medical emergency kind of a situation. Now I'll give a brief context. So the context is that we have rising temperature in city because of urbanization, climate change, and urban heat island effect. Now, why does this matter? The impact of human health and well-being. Because rising urban temperature is not a unidimensional issue, but it's a multifaceted issue, which is a combination of urbanization, climate change, urban heat island effect. So urbanization concentrates human activities and infrastructure in a particular place, because of which heat generation happens. Also, urbanization causes removal of natural vegetation, which would at least contribute a little bit by absorbing and dissipating the heat. So this UHI effect, where urban areas are warmer than the surrounding rural areas, is a direct consequence of these factors, and this impacts thermal comfort, increasing energy consumption, and at the same time increasing heat stress in urban areas as compared to suburban or rural areas, where we can see more lung spaces, greenery for dissipation of heat. Whereas in the city, there are more factors which will add heat and build up the heat than vice versa. So what makes a city warm? So we all know this, but it's important that I don't skip this. So cities become warm because of urban heat island effect, because we are cutting trees and reducing vegetation, because the built form is very dense, and the kind of materials we use which actually radiate heat back. Then there is heat generation from human activities, say like using vehicles, factories, etc. And there is lack of ventilation and water bodies. So urban heat island happens because we are not planning our land use properly. We are degrading our natural environment. There is increased vehicular emission and urban development is increasing. So what was actually like this is further increasing on either side, and what was a city center is now becoming this. So all of this is contributing to increased heat and urban heat island effect, because these urban cores, they retain heat for so many reasons. They retain heat, like the roads that we have, or the air conditioner that we use, which actually uses the environment as a heat sink, and that causes the entire area to warm up, because if every building is going to have an air conditioner and throw the heat from inside to outside, then the entire place is going to become warm. Then we have dark roads, we have asphalt parkings, all of these will retain and radiate heat, and too many buildings causes impermeable surfaces, and that also is a reason, because the moisture from rain or anything is not withheld. It all flows away to the storm water drain. So all these are the reasons. Then if we look at a micro scale, where we are considering only individual buildings, trees and other man-made constructions, these create a small urban canopy. This extends in height from a street level to the tallest building, so-called urban canopy layer, and horizontally it can extend for hundreds of meters. Now, at a local scale, what happens? This is made up of similar houses and urban contexts extending from 1 to several kilometers and up to the roughness sublayer in height. Now, within a local climate zone, many different microscales exist, which implies a great variability in the urban climate and corresponding perceived heat stress. So when this keeps on increasing, which is at a next level of scale, then the heat stress also increases. Now at a meso scale, what happens? This includes various local scales horizontally and extends up to the urban boundary layer vertically. During daytime, the urban boundary layer is typically well mixed because of the turbulence which is originated by the rough and warm urban surface with a typical extension of more than 1 kilometer. But at night, it shrinks to hundreds of meters. So the main cause of trapping this heat or causing heat stress is the decreased long wave radiation loss to the sky at night due to the presence of buildings and other obstructions. Then increased sensible heat storage because of the thermal mass of the materials that we use. So if you use high thermal mass materials, which is what we are normally doing, concrete brick, they are going to hold back the heat. They are going to store the heat and radiate it. Third is increased absorption of short wave radiation due to the increased reflections from surrounding surfaces, especially if they are covered with low albedo materials. And fourth is decreased evapotranspiration from pervious surfaces, water bodies and vegetation, because in urban areas we are building on lakes and water bodies. Then where will we have water bodies or lake, which will give us which will cool the environment, which will bring in cool breeze, which will take away the heat from the urban area. So that is also gone. Fifth is increased anthropogenic heat production. Sixth is decreased convective heat transport due to reduction in wind speed. So there is no wind which is moving because of the built form, and therefore it causes like a dome, and then the city center heats up. Then what are the implications of warm city? Okay, agreed, it is warm, but what are its health implications? There are several key risk factors which contribute to the susceptibility of individuals to heat stress. It can be environmental condition. Environmental condition means what? It can be high temperature, humidity level. A combination of it can be a disaster, and this plays a pivotal role in elevating the risk by decreasing sweat evaporation, which is actually the human body's main cooling mechanism. This high temperature combined with humidity can be disastrous to human being, because the body temperature is almost 100% humidity. Now, when the air is so saturated, where is the chance of evaporation and cooling the body? The evaporation of sweat from skin will cool our bodies, but the higher humidity, this will limit the evaporative cooling. Because of this, one can suffer from heat stress, illness, and consequence can be even fatal. Also, intense physical activity. This can also increase the body's heat production, and this makes individuals more vulnerable. These also can have further implications when you start including age, health status, and medications, and all of this as a combination can make people more susceptible to heat stress. Then older adults and individuals with pre-existing medical conditions, they are at a higher risk because their thermoregulatory system may already be compromised. Their ability to cool the body may be already compromised, because some medication like diuretics and drugs which are used to treat hypertension can impair the body's ability to respond to heat stress adequately. Also, lack of acclimatization in hot environment is another risk factor. So, I have seen cases like this where, no, I mean, in a class, when I'm just taking a class, I have seen one or two students literally faint. And then when I find out, I come to know they come from hill stations. So their body is not acclimatized to this heat or hot environment, and therefore they are not able to tolerate and manage. So understanding and addressing these risk factors is very important and crucial in developing effective preventive measures and interventions to mitigate the impact of heat stress on individuals' health and well-being. Now let us see what are the implications of warm cities when it comes to social issues. So socially, if you see, productivity and economic output will be impacted because of heat stress. So this is largely also true when we look at industrial and commercial sector and other workplace buildings, which are not largely designed to cope with high temperature. The industries, they are not designed to cope up high temperatures, or commercial areas, say like the street vendors, they are not, or they are not no they are not designed to combat this heat stress, because of which their productivity and economic output can get affected. For example, if we have establishments with mechanical cooling equipment installed at 40 degrees centigrade, which are, I mean, at 40 degrees centigrade, their capacity and efficiency of these systems get reduced, because the system is not designed to handle that much of heat. Also, it is estimated that economic losses because of heat stress at work can be around 2.4 US dollars, 2.4 trillion US dollars per year by 2030. And this disproportionately affects the lower middle and lower income workers, and the associated productivity loss would be equivalent of 80 million full-time jobs. This is more or less, we are slowly talking about occupational heat stress. And I'm not going to take too much of occupational heat stress, but I will just tell you this. So what it means is, see, if we in the Indian context, if you see lower middle and lower income workers, say if we look at small scale cottage industries like BD rolling, or making savories at home, if you look at all that, already it is very warm inside. The activity is also something which is making the indoors warm, and therefore automatically productivity will be impacted, economic loss will happen, along with health implication. All this will, it will come together and it will hit the lower strata. Now, India, we are at the equator, and the equatorial belt, it's well known, has more population from the economically challenged strata, who cannot afford air conditioners. And it is this strata which is going to be hit highly or largely because of heat stress. Let's look at how heat stress is affecting India. Now, heat waves, no, these are silent disasters, as I already told you, because of their lethal impact and because they don't leave a physical trail of destruction on physical amenities. Except for the few examples that I gave, in general, they don't do that. So, because of which so much of impact it can have, right from nausea, fatigue, or even organ failure and death. And all of this happens silently, unnoticed. Somebody has a nausea, they will vomit, they will drink some water and rest. Nobody is going to attribute it to a heat wave and take that into account, and so on. So this goes unnoticed. So vulnerable groups like children or the elderly. So children, because they tend to go out and play and they cannot tolerate too much of heat. We have seen cases of children having rashes because of heat. The elderly cannot tolerate too much of heat. Outdoor workers, construction workers, pregnant women, because they have double metabolism, their own and the child's inside. So pregnant women already are like a walking, talking oven, heated oven. And those with chronic conditions, they bear the brunt of these events. Beyond causing health crisis, extreme heat can disrupt even food security by reducing crop yield, lowering livestock productivity, and worsening water scarcity. So, because of lack of water, we will have reduced crop yields. And every year, livestock, not only because of heat, but because of the infectious disease that may come during this time, livestock also gets damaged. So this, the intensifying heat stress, which gets worsened by rising humidity and urban heat island, can have significant consequences. So these escalating risks can pose serious challenges for us to achieve whatever we want to in terms of our sustainable development goals or wanting to reach a carbon neutral India, or all of this can get affected. And more than anything, we are negating the presence of the vulnerable population, which is what actually as architects we should be addressing. The most vulnerable population is invisible to architects and designers at this rate, and that is the issue we have today. So you see how heat wave is affecting India. So heat wave related mortality in India is actually a growing concern. And if you see the recent studies, it is estimated that more than 1,100 deaths happen annually because of thermal stress. And between 2000 to 2020, there are reported more than 20,000 people to have died due to heat stroke. In 2 decades, more than 20,000 people have died because of heat stroke. So you can see the rising trend. In 2010, about 1,274 deaths because of heat stroke. 2011, 793. Then again 2012, 1,247, 1,216, 1,248. Then in 2015 it came to 1,908, and in 20-year period from 2000 to 2020, more than 20,000 people have died. Now, in 2023 alone, 252 deaths were recorded by June. And this is more than the previous year's record of 2022. And actually, that is the reason why the heat action plan heat action plan or app was implemented. If you see the trend of which place gets affected, then we can see that Andhra Pradesh is one of the most affected areas when it comes to death due to heat stroke. This is between 2010 to 2015, and even otherwise, Andhra Pradesh, which was then a combination of Telangana, no, Telangana was separated by then. So Andhra Pradesh alone is the largest mortality rate due to heat waves. Next comes to Uttar Pradesh, but you should understand the land area. Andhra Pradesh is much smaller than Uttar Pradesh. Then Punjab comes third, Bihar next, Odisha next, Maharashtra next, Haryana comes after that, West Bengal 360, Jharkhand 340, Telangana 310, Rajasthan 249, Gujarat 213, Madhya Pradesh 174, and Tamil Nadu 19. So Andhra Pradesh has the highest mortality due to heat stroke in the country. And let's see what are the effects of heat stress and what are the vulnerable groups. So vulnerable groups are classified as children and elderly, pregnant women, outdoor workers like construction workers or agricultural workers, people with chronic illnesses like cardiorespiratory conditions, and the urban poor, that is living in poorly ventilated dense housing. So in the general population, what happens in milder symptoms is dry lips, dry mouth, sticky mouth, excessive thirst, excessive sweating, weakness and dizziness, nausea, vomiting, small blisters or rashes, heat rashes, slightly high body temperature, cramps usually in arms, legs and calf muscles. Sometimes nosebleeds also happens in hot and dry environment. So you can see places like Nagpur and all, Nagpur, Delhi and all that, even in Andhra Pradesh, they tie a moist kerchief as a mask to their face, so that when they ride a bike or something like that, so that the inner thin skin and capillaries of the nose does not become too dry and start to bleed. Now, when is it called severe? When there is confusion, they are not responding clearly. Seizures may happen, sometimes coma, they are very dull, not waking up, then it's called as most severe condition. So very high body temperature for longer than 2 hours happens, then fainting, dark urine, no urine for more than 8 hours, rapid heartbeat and breathing, no sweating, but skin may become wet and hot. So these are severe symptoms for which treatment has to happen. Then specific to infants and young children up to 4 years of age, heat rashes, especially in diapered area, irritability and crying. So these can be treated at home, but sometimes when crying happens without tears, sunken eyes or forehead, vomiting or diarrhea, extreme irritability, fewer wet diapers, then it's time to take the babies to the hospital. Between the age of 4 to 18, specific to older children and adolescents, mild symptoms could be nausea, headache, muscle cramps, especially after exercising outside, which is common for this age group. It's termed severe when there is deep or severe muscle pain, especially after exercising outside, which is also common in this group. For pregnant women, heat rashes in body areas that rub against each other, muscle cramping in stomach. When the body temperature becomes very high, there is extreme nausea, extreme contractions, swelling of body parts, severe muscle cramping, then it's time to take them to the hospital. So in all populations, there are these various symptoms that can happen when people could have, oh God, heat stroke, heat exhaustion, heat syncope, heat cramps, heat edema, heat rashes, or dehydration. And this is the degree of severity. This is severe and this is less severe comparatively. So you can see for all the populations, you can see for all population, altered mental state, inappropriate behavior, seizures, delirium, slurred speech, not giving comprehensive answers, everything sounds like us only. Then it's called as heat stroke, where very high core body temperature happens and symptoms like nausea, rapid heat, heartbeat, breathing, hot and dry or damp skin, sweating, all this may or may not be present. When they become exhausted, then it's a no altered mental state, again high core temperature, increased thirst, sweating, headache, cool or damp skin, weakness, tiredness, muscle cramp, nausea or vomiting. Syncope means fainting. Okay, loss of consciousness. Heat cramps can be painful, involuntary contractions of skeletal muscle, flushed or moist skin. Heat edema means swelling of hands, feet, or other independent areas. Rashes, we all know. Dehydration, what happens? We all know there is less urine, then less sweat, dry mouth, etc. So, all these are typical of heat wave or impact of heat wave causing heat stress. So, what are the physical consequences of heat waves or heat stress? Unable to take care of oneself, being tired and exhausted, having undergone heat stress, dehydration, skin problems, unable to perform core activities. Whereas social issues is disharmony with the others, social isolation, difficulties like caring for baby and things like that. Psychological consequences is irritability, postpartum stress, sadness, anxiety. Economic consequences are impaired productivity at home or at workplace. So, in general, totally, if you see what happens during, if someone has heat stress, they could risk, children could risk heat stroke, anybody could risk heat stroke. There can be fatigue, body can be tired, heat induced fainting, which is called as syncope, respiratory distress can happen, organ failure like kidney failure can happen, cardiovascular diseases can happen. So how do we tackle it? Staying hydrated and providing safe drinking water, encouraging use of public transport without cycling or using a bike, and in terms of building, having cool roofs. So these are the ways in which we can combat the impact of heat stress. So there are other things like how do we deal with as a community? As a community, we can have media talk about it, which is happening on a large scale now. NDMA keeps on giving us updates about the risk of heat on particular days and advises on what to do. We can have provision for shaded areas for outdoor workers. As architects, I think we should insist on these things. Regulating school timings and office timings, increasing awareness of eco-coolers, and in urban local bodies can have capacity building of ASHA workers or Anganwadi workers and medical officers, improving infrastructure of dispensaries, beds, water availability, ice packs, etc., disseminating this early warning alerts which happens even on our mobile today, and we should look at how we are planning our cities. So these are the ways in which we can tackle the heat stress in cities. So with this, I will stop this class. and I will open up for discussions in case anyone wants to ask or tell anything. Is there anything you want to ask or tell? To me, beyond all this, I don't want to intervene into the other lectures by discussing more about it. This was more as a prelude or creating a background of why we are having this course and what are the issues. So these are the issues we have. According to me, one of the most important issues is occupational heat stress. Now you have people, what I mean by occupational heat stress is we all know that we have factory workers or people who work in furnaces. Can you imagine bakeries or iron and steel furnaces? The furnaces cannot shut down because it's very warm inside or outside. It has to be constantly functioning. Can you imagine what the workers would be going through? That is one. Second concern is the middle class and the lower middle class segment, which uses their own residence for occupation. Like how I said, small scale cottage industries. The National Disaster Mitigation Act says that if it becomes very warm inside, stay indoors. Don't come out. But the indoors itself is so hot, not warm. Where would they go? The ones who are most affected because of this are women and children. So women stay inside, they cook, which is again an heat generating activity. All this is reality, especially of Andhra and almost every place. But why I say Andhra is it's already a very hot place. So you are adding heat to a hot place. So these women, children, they stay indoors in very hot indoors, and there is no respite for them. And what is the occupational thing that comes here? They do certain small occupations also alongside to generate income. Like how I said, making some sweet savories. Again, that itself generates a lot of heat. And also some other things like tailoring or embroidery or beady rolling and things like that. All these activities generate a lot of heat. So they are sitting inside a furnace, actually sitting inside a furnace. So I think occupational heat stress is something we all need to address. It's a very well researched and a topic which is being applied abroad in Western countries. But I think in India, and especially at the level that I am discussing, where they are vulnerable economically also, they just cannot afford a cooler or a air conditioner. I think it is this segment which also we have to take care. So occupational heat stress standards are there. We are following the foreign standards so far. I think we should have standards for ourselves. So it's a great research area to have standards for occupational heat stress for the Indian context. And then, so what does that say? It says that if it is hot, this hot inside, then you can work for 25% hours, then 75% hours you will have to take rest. You have to give your body enough time to cool. Now, if it is hot between this range to this range, then 50% of the time you can work and 50% of the time you should take rest. And then again, if it is this much, if the heat is in this range, then you have to work for only, you can work up to 75% hours and take 25% hours. But what is that if it is this hot and that hot? That should be for the Indian acclimatized segment, gender wise, age wise. Only then it will be effective. We are just following the foreign standards today, which I feel is not necessary considering we all are quite empowered to do research in this area. So this would be my observation, or this would be my stand on this topic. So Does anyone have anything to ask or tell or discuss? You can unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, this is this is Prem Sagar from Watershed Organization Trust Pune, and currently I am also pursuing on this topic actually, heat stress in rural areas specifically. So, do you have any example in specifically in the state where indoor temperature is very high and people are getting too much impacted because of indoor heat stress?
Yes, so I'm going to give a detailed case study that I myself have carried out tomorrow. So we have done a study, and what that study says, it's a small study, it's like a pilot project, but how the study was conducted, how it was analyzed, everything I will tell tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
So you are doing research in this topic, is it? Oh, in rural areas, you said.
Is the rural area. Basically, we have done some earlier studies also piloting, and currently I am pursuing on the same topic actually.
So tomorrow I'll tell you this.
Yeah, okay.
Show
Thank you.
detailed case study.
Yes.
Anybody else has anything to talk or discuss? Nothing. Can you all switch on your videos for a second so that we can? Oh, Gauri says okay. What is departure to normal in your? Yeah, departure to normal is when it is. Mr. Gauri Shenoy is asking what is departure to normal in your initial presentation. Departure to normal for heat wave is 4.5 degrees to 6.4 degrees for heat wave, and severe heat wave is more than 6 and 6.4 degrees centigrade from your normal temperature, from the normal temperature of your place. If in your place in May the normal temperature on a particular day is say 35 degrees centigrade, then 42 degrees centigrade will be called as severe heat because it is more than 6.4. So the range is 4.5 to 6.4 is it's heat wave. Severe heat wave is more than 6.4 degrees centigrade from the normal. Okay, thank you. I was going to say, please tell okay, it's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, so Mr. Vivek Chahar says, can we get these PPTs? Sure, I can give my PPTs. I'll just check whether the foreign person will give the PPTs. Yeah, Tarika, please. You raised your hand. Yeah, please unmute yourself and tell us. Tarikwa will. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, madam. Please tell us.
Okay. I'm Tariqwa from Andhra University, a PhD research scholar. My question is, the first question is there any organization or association who's working for heat stress or heat stress, and also any regulations, Indian regulation, because I'm new. I don't know about heat stress because I came from Ethiopia. Is there any regulations here in India? Other thing is what my colleague here asked just when we just talked. Now for sustainable architecture, we are using solar panels anywhere, is that contributes to heat stress?
She needs to unmute. Madam, you need to start working on the monthly activity. Or if you start working on the website configuration.
Sorry, I had muted myself. Sorry. Okay. So your first question was, are there any organizations which are working on heat stress in India? Well, there are organizations which are working big time. Okay, the National Disaster Management Authority was launched with great big thing on in 2023, end of 2022, around 2022. And now every place has a NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority is there in every place, including Andhra. I think about 1.5 years back, they became extremely active, and therefore you would get the notifications of a warm day or rain frequently from NDMA. Apart from that, National Center for Disease Control is a government body which has been working on heat stress in India. I don't know. Have you heard of AIMS? All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I don't know whether you have heard of that, but their director, previous director, Dr. Guleria, he has done a lot of work on this heat stress, documenting which places has more heat stress, from which place more patients are coming, and correlating it. Besides, lot of medical professionals are working on heat stress in India. But if you look at government bodies, we have NDMA, which is doing great work, or they are the government body. National Center for Disease Control is also a government body. And then there are many other organizations who work on this. For me, the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, CEEW, is doing amazing work on this. And then there are other bodies also, like the IMD only collects data. They don't talk of heat and things like that. But these two bodies, NDMA, they are doing a lot of work on this. They are the key body who talk of heat action plan, or how to combat heat and things like that. They are the main body. IMD does, what they do is they will disseminate information on the day's condition, that it's going to be very hot or warm and things like that. They do that. So these are the two bodies. Then you asked whether there are any regulations for heat stress in India. That's what I've been telling. No. The occupational safety is one huge thing where we still need to work. So right now we really don't have so much in place, what shall I say, that I can confidently say and say, yes, number 1, number 2, number 3, these are all the regulations for heat stress in India. But we are a work in progress, because we have a national action plan on heat and related illnesses, and the India Cooling Action Plan is there. ICAP is another major initiative which has come up. So like that, some initiatives have come up, but not something that I can say, yes, it is in place. If this happens, then this has to happen. The India Action Cooling Plan is again work in progress. If anybody knows more, you can contribute. This is all I know. And your third question was on solar panels. Do solar panels, do they increase heat stress? Yes. I don't want to say that loudly, but yes, that's the truth. They do increase because they reflect a lot of heat, and already when there is urban heat, accumulating, and if you have too much of solar panels, then it does cause a problem. We do have urban heat island effect happening. So that is also a reality. So yes, these are the three questions you asked. So these are the, I hope I have tried to answer to the best of my abilities.
I'm Kiran here. If I may add, there is another organization called Indian Institute of Public Health based in Gandhinagar.
Yes.
Yeah, so they have also done some significant work in this area.
Yeah, Indian Institute of Public Health is another organization which has done. Of course, there are a lot of doctors and psychologists who have done work on this, who are working on this, but she's asking for an organization. So maybe what you are saying is more relevant. Yes. Is there anything else you want to know about this basic only, basic things? Because technical we will start going from the next lecture. So basics, if you want to know anything, you can ask and we can discuss now. And we'll start going technical from another 15 minutes or so. Somebody has to check if Dr. Matt is joining or joined or not.
Ma'am, still not joined.
Not joined, no? Okay.
Ma'am, there is one more request to all the participants. They have joined with a different name.
Oh.
So while taking the attendance, it is little problem. So those who are joined with a different account or different name, I request them to rename or something like that so that it will be convenient for us to take an attendance. Like I have took the attendance now, but many names are missing.
Yeah, and some people have left. I don't know why they left, but if we can ask whoever is there to switch on their video and take a screenshot, it will be good for the attendance. Please switch on your video and we'll take a screenshot because you have to submit session wise to the institute.
Okay, ma'am, give me a minute.
Yeah, everybody take a minute.
I'll open up. I wrote in the chat box also, but then
Yes, through the registered name for keeping attendance. Yes.
because when I was taking, it was difficult for me. So I thought, ma'am, thank you.
Yeah, people are joining back.
Okay. So, how to unmute? Ma'am, are you also taking?
No, I'm not taking.
Okay.
I'm just checking.
Sir, you are taking?
Now 72 have joined back. So people are at.
But for me, it is, you can say scroll over here. If I want to see.
Okay, Parthiv Dev says he is not able to switch on the camera.
Ma'am, even my camera is not working.
Fine, those who can't leave it, but others please do, so that just a moment we will take the screenshot.
Layout.
1 minute, ma'am.
जल्दी कोई नहीं है.
Just
Oops, join in.
Yes. Oh, it is good. Yeah.
थोड़ा इशारा करो लेने के वक्त.
Yes, ma'am. I took anyways. I took now.
So smile and let's look our best.
Okay. So there are some names. Can I ask, ma'am?
Yeah.
Dr. Prem Shankar Yadav is here in the meeting. Okay.
Okay, you have to correlate like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hemant V. I don't know because I am not getting.
Correct. That's
A.
the correct.
Revati Devi. Those who are missing, only those names I am taking.
Madam, I'm there, madam.
Acha, Revati ma'am, you are there. Acha,
benefit to his students.
Brother Sardal, okay, mute yourself. Brother Sardi. Brother Sardi is not there. Just 1 minute. Only few are. Prem Chandran. Prem Chandran. Okay. Dr. Rajiv Sarkar. Satvik.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, Satvik is here. Okay. Thank you. Sohail Ahmad. Uh, Rajshekhar. Dr. Rajshekhar. Kanis Emma Rizvi. Ajay Joshi. Amit V. Singh. think somebody in the chat box said anything. And we have joined this class. Acha. Acha. Midhu Abraham. Srijita Banerjee is there. Okay. Srijita is there, right? Midhu Abraham is also part of the class. Kya? Sujita P. Okay, write the names who are in the class. Maybe. Shadman Nahid. Devanan C. Neetu S. George. Priyadarshini R. Tripti Subhadi. Because I'm able to see different names, that's why I'm just asking you whether you have joined with another name. Himavati GR, Samiksha Subhadarshini, Aftab is there, right? Yeah. Nihar A, Hari V, and Simran Kuhrat. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Revti ma'am, I got you. No problem. You are with Pooja, ma'am. Okay, no problem. Yeah. One question is there.
Yeah, so there is a growing concern of heat stress in cities in Northeast India. If we see them currently, the state is facing extreme heat, particularly Assam. So how they differ from metropolitan cities like Delhi? See, Delhi is slightly different. It's a composite climate. The climate type itself is different. In Delhi, you have extremes of cold where it goes to 1 degree or sometimes minus also, and you have temperature of 47 degrees and things like that. I had the temperature statistics also of some of the places, but I don't think Northeast is like that. Especially, I don't think Assam is definitely not a composite climate. So, see, cities are becoming warm is a global phenomenon. So, and it depends on it depends on what do you mean. So, what I'm trying to say is, if we look at Delhi, then their winters could become cooler and their summers can become warmer, whereas that's not the case with Assam. Assam, as if it is growing as a city, then as I had told you, the heat dome effect is one important thing that could happen, because you have an issue in Assam currently, and that is deforestation. So when you have deforestation, the issue because of which that place becomes warm is different than a place like Delhi, which is becoming hot. One, as part of climate change, that is generic. Second is vehicle, too much of buildings coming up, or what shall I say, development. So this is the primary difference between both of these. So the reason for heat in northeast cities is largely because of deforestation. First is climate change, that's everywhere, deforestation, and the heat dome effect. These are the two major reasons. I have covered that also. Okay, so we will have Ayan sir. Prashanti, when Ayan sir joins, let me know.
He's already joined.
Oh, he's already joined.
Yeah, I have joined. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. We have our director in touch today, Dr. Ayan Taraftar, with us, because our director, Dr. Ramesh Rikonda sir, could not join because of a commitment he had earlier. We're just waiting for the foreign speaker to join, sir, and
Okay.
then you could give a small welcome address.
Sure.
Sir has joined. Dr. Matt has joined. Welcome, Dr. Santamoris.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just waiting. Ayan, sir.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sir.
So, shall I go ahead and say a few words?
Yes, Doctor. I request Dr. Ayan Taraftar to say a few words before we commence the technical session.
So, very good morning to all of you, and I am speaking on behalf of the director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Rikonda, who was supposed to address all of you, but due to some urgent commitments, he could not join. He would be joining definitely in one of the days. So, as in charge director, I welcome once again all of you into this very exciting and promising 5 days GIAN program. And at the very first, I would like to thank and be very much grateful from SPA Vijayawada side to Professor Santamoris. Welcome to this GIAN course. We are very privileged, honored to have you as a part of this course. And the government of India have this course. I think you know about this. And for all the other participants here, this is a very unique and encouraging program called GIAN, GIAN from the government of India, which helps us interact with experts who are not Indian nationals for an extended period of time. Mostly we have workshops where we get speakers for an hour or two. But through this GIAN program, it leverages collaboration between a university which is not in India and SPA Vijayawada to pick up topics which are relevant, which can trigger our research and academic acumen. And we get to understand what is happening in the global north or in other universities in terms of research and practical projects in certain topics. So in this context, this is a very important exercise for the next 5 days. And coming to the topic, I think this is a very much relevant topic, particularly for the subcontinent of India, where we are experiencing more and more heat-oriented stresses in our cities. And it has become quite regular phenomena in the last 10 years, where a substantial amount of people, particularly the ones which are less endowed or which have a certain amount of sensitivity in terms of their socioeconomic characteristics, they are more affected compared to others. And this the government of India has also started health action plans as well as cooling action plans, and some cities have started developing these plans. So this indeed is a very topical, relevant and contemporary matter to think and deliberate for 5 days. And I'm again very much thankful to Professor Santamaris for getting into this with all his time, and we will be very much hopeful to listen to you throughout the next few days. Professor Vijay Lakshmi Iyer, I think you have again brought one more feather to SP Vijayawada by being in bringing this collaboration. And on behalf of the director and School of Planning and Architecture, I wish these next 5 days to be worthwhile to every participant who have registered. And 5 days is not enough. I believe after these 5 days, you will have enough material to think and take this up as a part of your research in the coming days. So with these few words, I welcome Professor Santamaris, and I wish every participant best of luck for this next 5 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to take the privilege of introducing Dr. Matt Santamoris, who really needs no introduction, but please give me that honor. Dr. Matt Santamoris is a distinguished professor of high performance architecture at University of New South Wales, Sydney, and he is the editor-in-chief of a very premier journal, Q1 Energy and Buildings. He is the past editor-in-chief for Advances Building Energy Research. He has a lot of feather to his cap. He is a highly cited researcher in the Clarivet ranking for 4 continuous years. He is ranked as number 451 researchers and the world in all scientific disciplines in the list prepared by Stanford University in 2021. He has received many international awards. He is editor of book series with Francis and Taylor and advisor of Elsevier. He is member of the editorial board in 55 journals, and he has participated in more than 300 international and national research projects. He is the author and editor of 23 scientific books published by international publishers, and is the author of 462 articles published in peer-reviewed journals. As I speak now, I think by the end of this lecture, there will be many more added to that number. He is listed as the first world scientist in building and construction and 451 in all scientific disciplines by the Stanford University. He is listed by Scholar GPS 2024 as #1 highly ranked scholar in the world in the field of architecture and urban heat island. #2 in urban area, #5 in energy consumption, and #7 in built environment. He is listed as #1 researcher in building and construction in Australia 2019, and he is the author of 21 highly cited articles. He has 27 international scientific awards. And then his H factors in Scopus is 89/99. In SCI, it is 91. In Google Scholar, it is 1223, unmatched. And he has teaching experience of more than 25 different postgraduate and undergraduate courses across 5 universities. He has supervised and completed 28 PhDs. And the list goes on and on. He is a fellow of 10 scientific international institutions. It is our honor and privilege to be having someone of this stature with us. And I think SPAB is blessed today that we are here to hear Dr. Matt Santamoris deliver his lecture. I welcome you, sir. The floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your nice words, and thank you so much for the very, let's say, kind invitation. I'm very happy, excited, and proud to be with you. So I will share my presentation. Can you see my slide? Can you see my slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
We can see.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So I will start. Sorry. Is really urban overheating an important problem? Yes, it is. Actually, there are about 13,000 overheated cities around the world. Almost 1.7 billion people lives under very severe overheating conditions. Since 1980, the number of overheating hours in the world has increased by a factor of 3. And actually, we have more than 118 billion overheating man-hours. To understand really the magnitude of overheating, I have to tell you that in China, and unfortunately in India, the exposure to heat waves increased by an average of 508 million person days per year during the last 10 years. So there's a tremendous really overheating in the area. Actually in the world, there are two phenomena that we have really to examine together. The global climatic change, which is due to the increase of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and also the local climatic change, which increases the temperature in our cities. Do they have really a link, an association, the two phenomena between them? Yes, and we will examine and we will study how really the global climatic change is affecting really local climatic change. But let's start with the characteristics of the global climatic change, which really affect very much the temperature in our cities. The mean annual number of hours with heat stress anomalies 1991 and 2010 is increasing tremendously all around the world. You see, for example, what is happening actually in, let's say, Europe, where the temperature, frequency, and duration of heat waves are really increasing. Heat stress anomalies are increasing all around the world. The magnitude of urban overheating is rising because of the urban characteristics, the size of the cities, and the global climatic change. Unfortunately, in the different parts of the world, we have very important, let's say, climatic conditions and climatic change and anomalies. And I will try really to go through that and explain. What really is amazing and very important is that we have really understood, and this is published in April 2025, that there is a very really strong connection between, let's say, the frequency and the duration of heat waves with, let's say, the temperature increase in the different, let's say, in the different cities. And we can see from this graph that there is a non-linearity in acceleration of the rate with, let's say, warming, which for each increment of regional time average warming, let's say, the characteristic duration scale of long heat waves is increasing more than the previous increment, which means that for each temperature increase in the world, the duration of, let's say, of the heat waves is increasing really almost exponentially. This means that this non-linear behavior suggests that the probabilities of long heat waves will increase much more rapidly in the near future than under recent warming trends. And you see, for example, what really it is expected, and this is published in Nature, as I told you, in 2025, what really we expect in the near future, a tremendous increase of the duration and also of the frequency of heat waves. So the increase of the temperature in our cities, in our countries, it is associated with an almost exponential increase of the frequency and the duration of heat waves. And this affects very much really people. According to the World Bank, there are 4.5 billion people exposed to extreme weather events. And this has increased from 4 billion in 2010. So the exposure to extreme weather events is increasing all around the world. Among those exposed, 2.3 billion people live with less than $6.85 per day, very poor people. And about 400 million live in extreme poverty, less than $2.15 per day. So climatic change, temperature increase, it is very much associated with poverty, with vulnerability, with low-income population. Of those exposed, 2.3 billion people are poor at the 6.85 line. 2.3 billion people is below 6.5, let's say, dollars. And almost 400 million are extremely poor. They live at less than 2.15, let's say, dollars per day. So never forget the association of poverty with climatic change and temperature exposure. The number of people exposed to heat waves is the highest. 3.7 billion people are exposed to the lowest intensity event. Heat waves remain the shock affecting the most people at both poverty lines. Additionally, many of the people exposed to heat waves live between $2.15 and $6.85 per day. So exposed to heat waves is really very high compared to the other events. So the message is clear. We have a tremendous exposure to extreme weather events and mainly to overheating, and those exposed are really low-income households, low-income people. What's really happened in India? Of course, you don't expect me to explain you what has happened in India, but I thought that it's fair to, let's say, include in my lecture the very recent, let's say, findings about the, let's say, climatic evolution in India. According to a recent study published in 2025, heat waves in India mainly occur during the pre-monsoon months, March to mid-June, and during the, let's say, recent years, between 16 to 20, 23 to 24, there is a very clear intensification of their occurrence all around India. The climatic analysis shows a very considerable rise of the duration and the frequency of heat waves, particularly in northern and central India. You see, for example, the graphs that shows the tremendous really increase of the 2 meters temperature, 2 meters high temperature, soil temperature, and let's say dew point temperature. And at the same time, the analysis of the spatial distribution of the planetary boundary layer and the total cloud cover in India shows that the cloud cover is reduced while the planetary boundary layer is increased. Have a very important impact on the climatic conditions. Heat waves became more intensified across, let's say, north and central regions. And at the same time, the, let's say, increase of the planetary boundary layer may, let's say, create important problems of heat waves. At the same time, according to the same, let's say, study, the northern and the northwestern regions of India, particularly Rajasthan, Punjab, and Haryana, sorry if I don't pronounce it properly, exhibit the highest frequency of heat wave events, with up to 5 occurrences recorded during the recent period. According to the study, these regions are more prone to recurring, let's say, heat waves due to their arid climate and low soil moisture. At the same time, the study reports that heat wave events in northwestern and central India, particularly in Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh, are very prolonged. These regions experience the highest number of heat wave days, exceeding 35 to 40 days per year. The most intense heat waves are concentrated in northwestern and central India, with maximum temperatures reaching up to 48 degrees, particularly in Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and parts of Madhya Pradesh. You see in the graph the tremendous increase of the heat wave frequency, the heat wave days, and the heat wave intensity. So increase of the duration and frequency of heat waves in India is very alarming, and this really has to be taken seriously into account. At the same time, the 2 meters air temperature anomaly shows significant positive anomalies, particularly in the central, northern, and western India, and this shows that higher than average surface temperatures are associated with frequent and intense heat wave events. And you see, for example, the trend in heat wave frequency and also the spatial trend in heat wave days. There is an increase of the average surface temperature of about 0.5 degrees per decade during pre-monsoon, let's say, seasons, mainly in the northern and the central India, which is consistent with the areas of large temperature anomalies that we saw before. And the most significant positive anomalies exceeding 2.5 degrees were observed across the northern, central, and southern India. During the pre-monsoon season, these places have above average temperature, and this is, of course, a major concern for the population of India. Why I'm really mentioning this data? Because this data may, let's say, determine the future climate, the present and the future climate of India, and may determine the climate of the cities. What's about the future? According to the climatic projections, so there are many climatic projections performed in India for the end of the century, 21st century, 22nd century. And these are reported by the Assessment of Change of Climate over the Indian region, published by the Union of Ministry of Earth Science. And I selected really the more severe of the scenarios, the 8.5. The average surface air temperature over India could rise up to 4.5 degrees, and this is the ambient temperature, not the surface temperature, surface air temperature, compared to the period between 1976 and 2005. And under, let's say, the the less, severe scenario, the 4.5, the temperature increase may be up to 2.4 degrees. However, in some parts, like the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, the expected increase of the temperature may be up to 5.2 degrees. And this is the official predictions of the ministry in India. Are tremendous, really, data. This is a tremendous prediction. An increase of the temperature between 2.5 to 4.5 may really affect not only the energy consumption, the environmental quality, health, but also the economy and the overall, let's say, quality of life in the country. And is it something really that happens or will happen, or is it something that already happens? According to the, let's say, World Bank, which has really reported the observed rise of heat wave intensity across European and Central Asian cities between 1970 to 2024, there is a tremendous increase, as you can see in, let's say, the graph. And this tremendous increase is really an important element for the actual, the current, and the future climatic, let's say, conditions. This means that the energy consumption for cooling and the corresponding heat-related mortality, morbidity, the loss of working time, the final economic losses may increase or have increased tremendously. And unfortunately, most of the cities do not have comprehensive heat mitigation and adaptation plans. Building stock, the transport infrastructure, the energy systems remain highly vulnerable to overheating. We are not ready really to face what is coming and what is already here. Just to understand how important it is to invest on heat mitigation and adaptation, I have to mention what World Bank has really reported. For every euro or for every dollar invested in heat mitigation and adaptation, the global benefits range between 2 to 20 euros. So it's worth to, let's say, invest on heat mitigation and adaptation using proactive, let's say, proactive policies and proactive strategies. If not, the cost of climatic change, global and local, will be tremendous. And although investments will be really very high, we will not succeed to, let's say, improve the climatic conditions. But the problem of, let's say, increase of the frequency and the problem of increase of the duration of heat waves, is it something that happens everywhere in the world, or it happens in some parts of the world? According to recent data that you can see in the left of this graph, reporting really the increase of the heat wave duration or the total annual heat wave days in different parts of the world, you will see that in most parts of the world, there is a tremendous increase and there is an expected real increase during the near future. For example, in the country that I'm born, Greece, in the 1970s, we had 6 days of overheating or of heat waves per year. Now we have almost 21. And it is expecting that by, let's say, 2050, this will increase to 60, which means that, or to 54, which means that almost for 2 months, the whole summer, we will live under 35, 36 degrees. And this, of course, is a tremendous issue for, let's say, the overall economy of the country and the overall economy of Europe and the overall economy of. And what about the projected increase of the heat waves and the severity of the heat waves across the European and Central Asian cities? The projections we have shows, unfortunately, a tremendous increase of the, let's say, duration and at the same time, the, let's say, severity of heat waves. We may have heat waves for more, continuous heat waves for more than 2 or 3 months. We might have, let's say, heat waves for more than 50 or 60 days above, let's say, 40 or 45 degrees, depending on the characteristics of the specific cities. And this, not for the, let's say, very, for the extreme scenario, the 8.5. This is predicted for an average, moderate scenario, the 4.5. And the analysis has been carried out for about 222 cities across, let's say, the area. And of course, this is based on standardized thresholds. So all predictions show that our climatic future is not really the best possible. But is this really something that happens mainly in, let's say, developing countries? Is it something really that happens only in countries that really present an important, let's say, economic problem? No. The problem of increase of the heat wave, and especially the frequency, the duration, the season, the intensity, is really present everywhere. You see in the specific graph, the increase of the heat wave frequency, the heat wave duration, the heat wave season, and the heat wave intensity in the United States. There is a very serious increase of, let's say, the heat wave characteristics also in the United States. And it's not just the increase of the heat waves, duration, and frequency. At the same time, we have a very serious increase of the duration of hot spells, days with very high temperature. That may not be a heat wave according to the traditional, let's say, definition. You see, for example, the blue bars, the increase of the hot spell duration during the last years, and of the hot spell duration really in frequency above, let's say, 37 and 40 degrees. And this, of course, has, together with the tremendous increase of the heat wave characteristics, may, let's say, define the, let's say, climatic conditions in our cities. But given, let's say, the expected climatic conditions and the current climatic conditions in our cities, it is very important to undertake measures, policies, strategies, really to fight against overheating. But to do that, we have to do it in a very scientific way. not an empirical way. Not because someone has planted trees in London, we have to plant trees in Delhi. Not because someone has really used cool materials in Sydney, we have to use cool materials in Afghanistan. Each city has its own characteristics, and the overheating problem for each city is different. So in order really to face the problem of overheating, we have to use and we must follow a scientific approach and not really an empirical approach. This means that we need to understand the science of the urban climate. And we have to understand, first of all, that the thermal balance in the urban environment is completely different than, let's say, the thermal balance of rural areas. In cities, we have anthropogenic heat, which is released by cars, combustion systems, industry, whatever, plus higher amounts of solar radiation, which is stored by, let's say, concrete, asphalt, everything. We have a blockage of the emitted surface radiation by urban canyons, which really increases the thermal balance and and increases the temperature in our cities. So we have to understand that in cities, the energy gains we have, which contribute to the increased temperatures, are equal to the energy losses plus the energy storage. And this is something really that depends on many parameters, and especially on parameters which are related first to the incident solar radiation and how much of radiation it is really absorbed and stored by the urban fabric, how much of sensible heat it is released by, let's say, the city, how much of latent heat it is also released, which contributes to cooling, and which is because of greenery and water, how much really of, let's say, heat it is lost by radiative conditions, and also, everything that has to do with the convective and advective gains and losses in the city. Why I'm referring to this? Because every, let's say, mitigation plan should be based on, let's say, the physics of the city. It's not an empirical approach. Designing a mitigation strategy for a city doesn't mean that we have really to use some mitigation technologies used by others. It means that we need first to investigate, scan the problem of the city, understand the characteristics of the city, understand the reasons of the overheating, and then find the proper, let's say, mitigation or adaptation technologies which really refers to the specific problem. If not, we may use mitigation technologies which do not really correspond to the problem of the city, and after implementation may not really offer any solution to the city. What about, let's say, the future, conditions that we expect? By 2050, according to, let's say, 40 cities network, about 970 cities all around the world will project to experience average summer temperature exceeding 35 degrees. And this is almost 3 times higher than the number of cities currently facing such extreme conditions. More and more cities will really face and experience tremendous increase of the temperature. And this, of course, dramatic increase of, of temperature underscores the urgent need for climatic adaptation, particularly where heat exposure is amplified by infrastructure and population density. It is characteristic, and this is something that really is tremendous, that the urban population, which is exposed to the extreme condition, will increase by 800%, and this will reach about 1.6 billion people. This means that the exponential increase of the heat exposure really guide us to drive cities towards urban climatic resilience, adaptive infrastructure, and targeted public health interventions. And this brings us to what really happens in cities, to the so-called local climatic change. We really shown you and described with just few slides what is really happened in our cities with the global climatic change. What about the local climatic change? Which are the phenomena which affect really the temperature in our cities? The most known and characteristic phenomena is the so-called urban heat island. What is urban heat island? It is the increase of the temperature in specific areas of the city, perhaps the center, but not always in the center, which really presents much higher temperature than the surrounding rural or suburban areas. Actually, there are more than 450 cities around the world which really exhibit a very high intensity of urban heat island. The intensity of the urban heat island is the magnitude of the difference of the temperature difference between the overheated and the non-overheating area. And actually, we have a lot of knowledge. Perhaps urban heat island is the most documented phenomenon of climatic change. And I repeat that we have a lot of knowledge about, let's say, the characteristics of the phenomena and why this happened. Urban heat island and temperature increase or urban overheating in cities is because of very specific phenomena. First, most of the surfaces in our cities are dark, and we have multiple surfaces that absorb and reflect, let's say, sunlight, and absorb the reflected sunlight. Dark color surfaces absorb highly solar radiation. And solar radiation, it is stored by the urban fabric, especially when we are using, let's say, materials of very high thermal capacitance, like the concrete or the asphalt. At the same time, because of the important pollution, the pollution plumes absorb and re-emit thermal radiation. Also, buildings, and especially areas with high density, trap outgoing thermal radiation, and also this contributes to higher temperature. Culture and buildings, also industry and many other sources, air conditioning, generate heat, the so-called anthropogenic heat, and also this really contributes to increase the temperature. Industrial materials tend to absorb and retain heat because present a very high thermal capacity. At the same time, in, let's say, cities, we have few trees, so evapotranspiration is low and the sensible heat flux is high. Once sensible heat is high, the temperature is increasing. Once latent heat, because of evapotranspiration or from other, let's say, reasons, is high, this contributes to decreased temperature. And also, buildings really stops the circulation of the air in the city. So we don't have a proper, let's say, ventilation. We don't have a proper, let's say, cooling of the cities because, let's say, of the obstacles we have by, let's say, the building structures. What really is the magnitude of urban overheating in Indian cities? I'd like to show you a recent picture, let's say, of Delhi. I'm sure you know this. But for documentation reasons, I think that it is important really to report this data. And this is a thermal picture from, let's say, Delhi. Delhi is really an extremely highly populated city, 19 million people. The highest ever temperature in Delhi until 2024 happened in May 2022. Perhaps I'm wrong. This is what I read in the literature, and was close to 50 degrees. And during this year, the city suffered 6 heat waves in the first 6 months. And because of the very high levels of temperature and humidity, heat-related mortality, especially among the vulnerable population, was very high, although, unfortunately, heat deaths are undercounted according to the existing reports. So we have a serious problem in different cities, and this has a tremendous impact that we will try to investigate together. The problem is really happening. Urban heat island happens only in developing cities? No. Urban heat island is a phenomena that really exists all over the world. You see, for example, some satellite images of New York City or of Salt Lake City. So that is shown in these graphs really is not the ambient temperature, it is the surface temperature. But it shows really and demonstrates the tremendous temperature difference between, let's say, the city and the surrounding. You see, for example, that New York is really overheated, and at the same time, what is the difference of temperature difference, let's say, across or along a city like the Salt Lake City, where the surface temperature of buildings can be, let's say, 71 degrees, the temperature of vegetation is 36 degrees, and the temperature of the water may be 29 degrees. So inside cities, we have completely different, let's say, distribution of temperatures, which really determine the overall climatic balance and also, I'm sorry? Yes, please. Hello?
Sir, I don't think anyone asked a question, sir. Someone might have skipped unmuting. Please mute yourself, participants.
Okay, I understood that someone intervened and said that overheating is much higher, perhaps. What really I found from the recent, let's say, scientific reports and in papers was this 49 degrees. Perhaps temperature could be much higher, in specific areas, but we can discuss it later. So during, let's say, the very last years, we have intensified, urban heat island has been intensified. And in specific, let's say, cities, the, let's say, temperature difference may be very high between the rural and the urban areas. For example, while, let's say, the increase of the minimum temperature between 1960 to 2010 in London in the rural areas was 2.5 degrees, center of the city or in the, let's say, urban area, it was 6.8 degrees. Same, for example, in Beijing, Osaka, Tokyo, Jakarta, Seoul, New York, and also New Delhi. Of course, this data refers always to very specific, let's say, stations which measure under the WMO standards. There are many stations in cities which do not really fulfill the standards of WMO. And we may have data from, let's say, these stations which really may be completely different than the ones collected by the standard meteorological, let's say, stations. But in science, we really more trust data coming, from standard meteorological stations. Yeah. Hearing, I'm sorry, my voice. Okay, I continue. Do we know exactly the magnitude of the overheating, let's say, in let's say the different Indian cities or in, let's say, Asia and Australia? Yes. According to the existing data, the magnitude of the overheating in, let's say, almost 100 Asian and Australian cities is shown in this, let's say, graph. You can see that the average, let's say, urban heat island intensity in these 100 cities is close to 5 degrees. But there are cities, especially in India, which present really urban heat island intensities close to 10 degrees, like Mumbai. And this is based really on standard meteorological stations and not on, let's say, traverses across the city or non-standard meteorological stations. We may have other data, but we trust really data which are from standard and well accurate and calibrated really stations. But really, about 27% of the cities in Asia and Australia present an overheat island intensity more than 5 degrees. And this is very high. It is not really so important if this intensity of the urban heat island, of the overheating, is 5 degrees or it's 6 degrees or it's 7 degrees. What is important is that we have a very serious overheating, which really affects very much the, let's say, conditions in the city. But at the same time, urban heat island is not just a problem of Asia and Australia. It is also a problem everywhere. And in this graph, you see, for example, I'm so sorry, the distribution of the urban heat island intensity in Europe. And you can see, for example, that the absolute maximum urban heat island intensity in Europe, in European cities, is more than, let's say, 6 degrees. So we may have, let's say, cities which present up to 6, 7, or 10 degrees higher temperature than the surrounding areas. For example, in Athens, the western part of the city, where, let's say, the vulnerable population or the low-income population is living, during the summer period, presents almost 7 to 8 degrees higher temperature than, let's say, the more vegetated and more, let's say, rich areas of the city. And as I mentioned before, the intensity of the urban heat island, the overheating in the city, is not something which is static. We don't have really the same temperature overheating every day. Urban heat island intensity depends on many parameters. And of course, but what I really like to mention is that there is a very strong interaction between the global climatic change and, let's say, the local climatic change. During heat waves, the intensity of the urban heat island is increasing really considerably. And for example, I show you the graph of the urban heat island intensity in Sydney during a heat wave. While the intensity is really of the urban heat island during, let's say, a normal day, maybe 5 or 6 degrees temperature difference between the western overheating part of the city and the eastern part of the city, during heat waves, this may increase up to 9 or 10 degrees. And this happens because there are specific interaction between the local and the global climate. And this happens because there are mechanisms which contribute to increase the magnitude of the temperature difference between the cities and the rural areas. And this happens because heat waves are really associated with low wind speeds. During heat waves, we have very low wind speed. It is well known that under the specific synoptic conditions, when temperature is high and wind speed is low, the intensity of the urban heat island is increasing because we don't have any advection, we don't have convection. Also, during the period of the heat waves, the surface temperature is increasing, which results to higher thermal storage. And of course, evapotranspiration from the surfaces, especially in the rural areas. So we have more losses in the rural areas, we have less losses and more gains in the urban areas, so the temperature difference is increasing. But it's not just that. There are other, let's say, mechanisms which decrease the amplitude of the temperature difference between the cities and the rural areas, because waves strengthen the secondary circulation. When really we have a heat wave, we have in the specific conditions, these specific conditions, the warm air in the city moves upwards, while the cool air enters the city from the network rural areas, and so it really decreases the urban temperature. So in this case, we have really an important difference, which is the temperature difference around the world, in cities around the world, because of, let's say, the interaction between global and local climatic change. how really the overheating of cities is really increasing during heat waves. You see the results from a city in Athens, where you see the different bars which correspond to the urban heat island intensity during heat waves and during non-heat waves. You see, for example, that during, let's say, heat waves, the intensity of the urban heat island like 2, 3, or even 4 degrees compare really to the normal period. Same data exists for many cities around the world and shows really that the increase of, let's say, the amplitude and also the intensity of the global, let's say, climatic change affects the climate of the cities. And is this really important? Of course, it is very important. I like to tell you and really discuss with you what is happening, for example, in Sydney. Sydney presents, as I mentioned before, an important urban heat island between the western and the eastern part of the city. And this urban heat island intensity is increasing as a function of time. Why? Because Sydney has not enough greenery? No. Sydney has enough greenery. Because the density is very high? No. What is happening? It happens that we really have two different synoptic systems that determine the climate of the city. In the eastern part, the coastal part, we have the sea breeze, which really cools down the city. In the western part, which is, let's say, close to the desert, we have advection of heat from the desert to, let's say, the western part. So we have two phenomena. One phenomena that cools down the eastern part and one phenomena which heats up really the western part. In this case, the temperature difference may be 8-9 degrees during, let's say, the summer period. But how really global climatic change affects Sydney? The increase of the temperature of the water in the Indian, let's say, in the Pacific, transfer through Rossby waves. There is, let's say, a circulation of air from the tropics to the Arctics. Transfer, air. This air, which is warmer and at the same time, let's say, water, higher temperature and higher humidity because of the increase of the temperature in the ocean, it is really circulated above the desert and it is further heated, and also it creates important pressure difference between the coastal areas and the desert. So the pressure difference are intensified, and this really creates some additional, let's say, flow of air, which really intensifies the temperature and the heat waves and also the temperature increase in our cities. So the increase of the temperature in really the Indian Ocean or the Pacific, let's say in Australia, drives the temperature increase in our cities. So there's a very strong interaction between the two that ought to be overheated. And many, let's say, colleagues, they ask me, which of the two phenomena, although they are very much interrelated, is the more serious one, is the one that creates and has the higher impact? So I made an exercise. I got, a station in Sydney, which is by the coast, which is not urbanized, which is not affected by urbanization. And I also got several stations in the city. And since, 1990 up to our days, I measure, let's say, the cooling degree hours in these stations. In the coastal area, non-urbanized, in the 90s, the the cooling degree hours were really 820 years. In 2023, the number of cooling degree hours in the same station without any urbanization has increased by 33%. This is the impact of the global climatic change. This is the impact of, let's say, the temperature increase globally. But once we select a station in, let's say, a moderate urban warming zone in Sydney, we will see that the number of cooling degree hours since the 90s has increased by, let's say, 81% compared to the 33% in the coastal area. This is the combined impact of global climatic change and urban heat island and local climatic change. But in case we select a station in the overheated western part of Sydney, then the increase of, let's say, cooling degree hours since the 90s is close to 300%. And of course, this is mainly because of the urban overheating, of the urban heat island. So for cities, the phenomena of local climatic change is much more important than the global climatic change. But I have to repeat, both phenomena are associated and both phenomena, they have a common impact. And now, I think that we had a little bit of urban climatology for urban heat islands, and I hope that we have understood which really is the physics and the strategies behind, so let's say, the urban overheating and a little bit of the global overheating. It is very important to understand the impact of overheating. What really causes to our cities, to our population? I think that is evident that urban overheating increases the cooling energy consumption in cities. We need more, let's say, air conditioning. We need more cooling because we have higher temperatures. At the same time, decreases the efficiency of the power plants. Why it decreases the efficiency of the power plants, especially the thermal and the nuclear power plants? Because the nuclear and the thermal power plants present an efficiency which depends very much on the temperature. I will come back to that. Also, and this is a very important problem for India, it increases the peak electricity demand. And this obliges utilities to build additional power plants to satisfy the demand. We will examine what is happening in India in one of the next slides. This is the major problem that we face actually because of the global and local overheating. It's not just the energy impact. We have an important environmental impact because it increases the emission of pollutants from power plants. The power plants, when they operate, really they emit some pollutants. And once really the power plants, they need to work for more in order to satisfy the demand, they emit much more pollutants. However, the major environmental impact of overheating, it has to do with the tremendous increase of the concentration of ozone. Ozone is a toxic gas, is a killer. Apart of the environmental impact, overheating really affects our health and intensified heat-related mortality and morbidity. But also, something which is not really so well known, it causes serious mental health problems. But apart of the energy, environmental, and health problems, overheating has serious social and economic and financial problems. First, it lowers the productivity of population. It increases the risk of accident. But the worst, in my opinion, it affects the survivability of vulnerable population. You may ask me, do we have enough proofs and evidence? Why? I'm hearing back, my voice. I don't know. It's okay. Let's continue. Now, I repeat, if we have really I'm sorry?
Just a sec, sir. IT section, can you please mute yourself? IT? Just a sec.
I'm sorry, but I'm hearing my voice sometimes. Really.
Yes, we're just sorting out. Just give us few seconds. We'll just.
Okay. I will continue.
Sure.
Do we have enough evidence, quantitative and qualitative data about really the impact of, let's say, overheating in our cities? Yes. During the last, let's say, 20, 30 years, we know and we learn and we have calculated that urban overheating, in average, really has a penalty or poses a penalty per person close to 240 kilowatt hours per person and per year. So each one of us, of course, this is the average value. In some areas may be higher, in some other areas may be lower. Urban overheating has really an impact of about 240 kilowatt hours per person and per year in average. At the same time, as I mentioned, it increases the peak electricity demand. Do we know really which is the magnitude of the increase of the peak electricity demand? According, let's say, to the data, the average additional electricity penalty is close to 21 watts per degree of temperature increase and per person, which is a tremendous, really, increase. But also, as I mentioned before, it decreases the efficiency of power plants. For 1 degree rise of ambient temperature, the power output of thermal and nuclear plants is decreasing by 0.6%, which means that really during a day where temperature may, let's say, increase by 10 degrees, we'll have 6% lower, let's say, electricity output or electricity supply by the thermal and the nuclear power plants. And this is really very high and affects the electricity supply in the city. But also, something which is not so well known is that during the period of, let's say, high temperatures and high demand, the price of electricity around the world is increasing tremendously. Just to understand that really the high demand in the UK is, let's say, 5% per day. And in France, the price really of the megawatt hour increased 10 times, let's say, during heat waves. Or in a recent heat wave in, let's say, in Texas, the increase of the price of electricity because really of the high temperatures was close to 800%. And I'm not aware of what is happening about pricing in India, but for example, in Europe, during heat waves, when the temperature is very high and the price of the kilowatt hour or the megawatt hour is really increasing, let's say this price and this additional cost, it is paid first by, let's say, the providers, the electricity providers, but then this is really transferred to the consumers. And a recent study from the European Union shown that the additional, let's say, budget transferred, let's say, by the electricity providers to the consumers in Europe was 3 times higher than what really they have really paid because of the increase of the price. So the electricity providers, they gain money because really of the overheating and the increase of, let's say, the price of electricity. Issue, it has to do, let's say, with let's say, the increased grid failures and the blackout. Because the demand for electricity is really very high, grids may not really support this additional, let's say, demand. And this may create problems really to the supply. And this is not something that happens in developing countries only. It happens all around the world. It is characteristic that in USA, since 2015, the number of blackouts has increased by 151%. It is characteristic that in June of 2021, the electrical grid failures, the blackouts, really has created and was the reason of 600 additional deaths, 3,500 emergency hospital visits, and hundreds of thousands of people without electricity. The failure of grids and the additional cost for grids is a major issue, really, that we face because of the overheating. Actually, the cost of additional grids to satisfy the demand and stabilize the supply of electricity in Europe cost 280 billion euros per year from now to 2050. This is a tremendous cost that perhaps, governments and let's say companies may not afford really to supply. So you have to think something. Overheating is there. Temperatures may be very high, close to 50 degrees sometimes, but above 35. The quality of housing, especially in low-income population and vulnerable population, is not the proper one. So we need air conditioning, or we think that we need air conditioning. And we buy air conditioning, but we don't have electricity. And in India, you know it very well, and we'll come back to that. Because we need to have additional power plants. But the really demand and the increase of the demand is tremendous. We will see later that in 2024, the increase of the peak electricity demand in India was 15.2%. There is no country in the world that can satisfy such a peak demand. 15.2% per year additional power plants is not possible for any country. So as a result, we don't have electricity, or we have electricity just for a few hours per year. So don't believe that air conditioning is a solution to, let's say, overheating. I will stop here, and I will come back in 10 minutes, and we will continue with the environmental impact of urban heat island. Is it okay?
Yes, I should be fine.
If there are any questions, you may, let's say, report it in the chat, or you may ask me. No questions?
Sir, may I ask a question, sir?
Yes.
Sir, is there any definitive research on impact of wind speed and direction on heat stress or urban heat?
Can you repeat it, because the voice was not good? Yeah.
Is there any definitive research on wind speed and wind quantity of wind, direction of wind?
Wind?
Yes.
Yeah, wind in cities. Yeah, there's a lot of research on it. There's a lot of research on it, trying really to understand the wind phenomenon in cities, ventilation in cities, urban ventilation, ventilative cooling in cities, and many other things. But, ventilation may be positive, may be negative. Eh? For example, in Sydney, if we have ventilation from, let's say, from the coastal area, from the sea, it's fantastic, because this cools down the city, sea breeze. But if we have, let's say, airflow advection from the desert, it increases tremendously the temperature of the city, and also it creates some, let's say, problems of pollution. Or if you go to Dubai, for example, in, let's say, the Middle East, ventilation or, let's say, flow of air, or in Riyadh, flow of air from the desert, it increases tremendously the city. So advection is very important, provided that the air really can penetrate to the city, and the temperature of the wind is really lower than the temperature of the city.
Anybody has any queries, any doubts, anything to discuss? You could even type
Excuse
in
me,
the chat.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. My query is how can we relate the urban heat island to the air pollution phenomena? Because most of the people are telling that UHI is a surface related phenomena, whereas the air pollution is the atmospheric phenomena. So I really wanted how can we compute all of these complex relation in the data terms or in different ways. Can you just give some basic?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for your question. Urban heat island is intensifies the, let's say, pollution, because it creates really conditions that the, let's say, pollutants are not really generated, but they are stuck in the city. And this creates an important problem of pollution. But the reasons of pollution are not really because of the urban heat island, the higher temperature, mainly because of, let's say, anthropogenic heat generated, cars, industry, etc., etc., etc. I know, for example, that in Delhi, let's say, pollution is very high. In some cases, concentration of PMs close to 1,000 micrograms per cubic meter are reported with a threshold of 20. And this has a tremendous impact on health, even if it is not well counted. Mitigation let's say, helps a lot to let's say, mitigate concentration of pollutants. But these two phenomena really goes together and are really among the most important problems that we are facing in our most important problems. But let's say the strategy to, let's say, decrease pollution in cities, of course, it has an impact on the strategies for heat mitigation, but includes, measures which really are not necessary for mitigation. So that strategies that have to go together. But both phenomena really have a combined impact and the impact on the quality of life of our citizens.
Right. Anybody has any queries or anything to discuss? Please raise your hands or put it in the chat box.
It's better that we discuss now than at the end, because at the end there will be much more material and let's say, forget the questions.
Yes. Now it's a little fresh. If nobody has, can I just ask, I have a request. Can you please elaborate a little bit on heat domes on two aspects, sir? There is this phenomena that because of urban heat island or a heat dome, the heat is not able to escape and transpire out. But there is also another phenomena that may happen, that because it's so hot in urban areas, once the precipitation start, it ceases to stop. Is that also true?
Can you repeat it, the last part? Because I can't hear you very well.
When the precipitation starts, when it starts to rain, because the ability of water, hot air to hold water is more, and in urban heat areas the air is very warm. So when there is a sudden drop in temperature, it rains cats and dogs. It rains very heavily, and these are incessant rain which won't stop. Is that also a correct phenomena?
Depends, on the stability in the atmosphere and how are the conditions, in the local atmosphere. This is not something that happens really, for example, in Australia. This is not something here that happens. Perhaps it happens mainly, in India or in subtropical or tropical areas. But this depends very much on the balance in the atmosphere, and especially in the in the middle atmosphere, and the pressure difference which is created, and how really the climatic dynamics determine really the overall phenomena. Yeah, it's something really that I have to work on it in the past, because it's not something that really I've seen in the past, but I know the phenomena that this is really something that happens, but not everywhere in the world. I think that more happens, in tropical and subtropical areas. For example, in Singapore, where I used to live for 15 years, we have such phenomena. And, you may have high temperatures, and when you have rain, the intensity of the temperature is not decreasing really. A rain is not contributing there to decrease the intensity of the temperature. I'm so sorry. It's not contributing to decrease the intensity of the temperature. First, because the temperature, because the evaporation, from, let's say, the rain is not so high, and the temperature, of the water high, and the latent heat, which is really released in the atmosphere, do not really contribute to, let's say, decrease the temperature. At the same time, in these areas, because of the high surface temperature, of the ocean, the intensity of the sea breeze is not important. So these phenomena are not really very much combined, and they do not really contribute very much, on the cooling of the city. On the contrary, in Sydney, once we have rain, we have cooling, because latent heat is very important, and also really this facilitates really, of course, the increase of the latent heat, but also in the afternoon, the penetration of the sea breeze. So the phenomena really depends on the global climatic conditions, in the atmosphere in every area.
Right. Okay.
If we don't have other questions, perhaps I can continue. Is there any other question? No. Okay. What is this? Can you see my slide now?
Yes, sir.
Sir?
Yeah, but I think that
Sir, I have a question actually. Can I ask now?
I think you may ask after his lecture.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, but I'm trying to move to the next slide, but it seems that it's not working. I will try again. I think now it's okay, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, can you move the next slide so that we will see if it is moving?
Yes, it's moving. Yes.
It is moving.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that we have already, let's say, discussed about the environmental, about the, let's say, energy impact of urban heat island and local climatic change. But as I mentioned before, climate, change has an important environmental impact. And one of the most important, let's say, impacts has to do with the generation of ground level ozone. Ground level ozone is really a toxic gas, is a killer. And higher urban temperatures accelerate the formation of ozone. And this, in association with the precursors of, let's say, ozone, like the volatile organic compounds and the oxides of nitrogen, which are combined photochemically, generate ground level ozone. And unfortunately, as I mentioned before, ozone is toxic and is an oxidant, which really affects the human respiratory and cardiovascular systems. And unfortunately, during the very last years, we face a very important increase of the concentration of ground level ozone in our cities. A recent report from China showed that during the last 30 years, the concentration of ground level ozone in the 150, let's say, more populated cities of India, of China, has increased by about 350%. So you understand that actually we are facing an important issue with the increase of, let's say, the ozone concentration in our cities. And forecast shows that we may expect a tremendous increase of the ozone in the near future. But it's not only the formation of ozone. At the same time, because of the extended, really, operation of the power plants, let's say, the power plants emit much more, pollutants. And we know now that for each degree of temperature rise in, let's say, in the world, that happens almost everywhere in the world, for each degree of temperature increase, we have almost 3.5% more, let's say, release of pollutants. So you understand that during a day with 10 degrees of higher temperature, the increase of the release of, let's say, pollutants by the power plants is close to 35%, which is really a tremendous problem for, let's say, pollution. Energy and environmental issues. I think that one of the major issues that is related really to the impacts of urban climatic change and urban heat island, it has to do with the impact of population. And why this happens? Because vulnerable and low-income population lives in, let's say, urban zones of very high temperatures, of very high overheating. And very high overheating really results in mortality, energy costs, and discomfort. But also, vulnerable population lives in districts of higher urban heat island, but also of lower quality, really, of housing. So they are not protected. And higher urban temperatures combined with, let's say, non-appropriate quality of housing creates important urban socioeconomic and biophysical vulnerabilities, which of course affects the quality of life of low-income population. And actually we know that people really, they use low-income people, they used to live under, let's say, non-acceptable indoor conditions or outdoor conditions because of the reasons that I just mentioned, but also because of the energy poverty or the so-called cooling poverty. These people has not really the means and the resources to, let's say, cool down houses or use air conditioner and so on. Just to understand what is happening even in, let's say, developed countries, actually in Portugal, a country of the European Union, low-income population can cover only 2% of their cooling load. Or in Greece, another country of the European Union, the cost of cooling for the low-income population is almost the double cooling, let's say, in the country. Do we have enough evidence of what is happening, indoors during heat waves and how this affects the. Yes, most of these, let's say, studies are from developed countries. I'd like to show you some data from we collected from 110 low-income buildings in Western Sydney, not during a heat wave, during, let's say, a normal summer, let's say, day. Indoor temperatures were as high as 40 degrees. And the worst is that really, because people is trying really to be protected and they close doors, windows, everything, door pollution was 4 times higher than the threshold. So you understand that urban overheating is affecting very much indoor temperature and indoor pollution, heat-related mortality and morbidity. Do we have enough documentation about, let's say, the conditions of life of a low-income population? Friday, we'll have a lecture on it, but I'd like just to show you some elements of it. A recent study in the United States trying really to identify the, let's say, socioeconomic conditions, income, against, overheating of the areas where people is living, has shown that Hispanic people, Black people, low-income population is living in areas really 4, 5, 6 degrees higher temperature in the same city than the white rich population. And, the orange part, it shows the overheating for, let's say, the areas where the white population is living. The blue one shows really the overheating in the areas where the Black and the Hispanic population is living. So it is very well documented that really low-income population is living in developed countries. There is not enough documentation from developing countries, is living in areas with, let's say, much worse climatic conditions. Another important study that really comes from Los Angeles associates the land surface temperature against the median household income. You see that the higher the income, the lower the land surface temperature. Also, you see in the lower, let's say, graph, that the higher the income, the higher, let's say, the evapotranspiration, the greenery. So in general, let's say, high-income population is living in areas of, let's say, low temperature, not overheated areas, with high, let's say, green percentage and green, let's say, density. At the same time, as we mentioned, the vulnerable population lives in areas in districts where urban heat island is much higher. And this, of course, has an impact on heat stress, higher risk of heat-related mortality, and of course, a very important socioeconomic vulnerability. And as I mentioned before, indoor temperatures may be very high. But how really this, let's say, socioeconomic and biophysical vulnerability affects low-income population? There are different, let's say, impacts. And the very first one, it is related to, let's say, higher indoor temperature. Second, very long exposure to elevated temperatures through the day and the night. Very high risk, health risk, and increased mortality rates and deprived, really, in deprived risks in the areas of low-income population. Serious problems of mental health. Much higher energy costs for cooling needs. Substantial income loss from heat-related disruptions. Reduced working hours and increased absenteeism. Severe strain on critical infrastructure and urban networks. And sleepiness and household tensions. Do we have enough evidence and documentation about this? Yes. I'd like to show you some data, mainly coming from developed countries, but also data from developing countries. I will start from the United States. And you can see in the graph the average annual number of days with exposure to maximum daily temperature above 32, 33 degrees by race in the United States. You see, for example, that while white population is exposed to 28, let's say, days, Hispanics, and blacks, they are exposed 50% or 60, 70% more. And under prevailing, let's say, conditions, roughly 16.5 million people may expect to experience more than 100 days per year, while the daily maximum temperature is above, let's say, 32 to 33 degrees. And this may, let's say, increase by 30% by 2050. The historic data we have from, let's say, the recent period between 86 and 2005, and the demographic details from 2019 in United States show that the Hispanic and Black population is highly exposed to high temperatures compared to the white and Asian population. And through an analysis of almost 5 million urban grids from 2003 to 2019, it is discovered that the average surface urban heat island increased at a rate of 0.21 degrees per annually all around the world. And what is important is that despite the extensive areas of surface urban heat island, the temperature, let's say, increase of the surface, in the higher income countries, in specific, particularly in US, let's say, the lower income countries and the middle income countries, the increase of the surface temperature. What is found really by this study is actually the increase of the surface heat island is much higher in the developing countries than in the developed countries. And in particular, 27% of urban grids in low-income countries have the most substantial net increase during the daytime, while in the lower and middle-income countries, this was almost 19%. So the urbanization that happens and the way that urbanization happens really in developing countries creates a much really more accelerated increase of the surface urban heat island around the world. And this is really very important. The other important element that we have to consider is really the percentage of green area across, let's say, the large cities. And you can see, for example, the percentage of, let's say, green areas in about 1,000 cities around the world. And you can see that the green area for the high income in the very, let's say, right part of the graph is higher than the green area for, let's say, or the green percentage or the green infrastructure for the low or lower mid, let's say, income countries. So apart really of the fact that there is an important, let's say, increase of the temperature. There's an important increase of the temperature in, let's say, areas or urban areas where low-income population is living. Important to consider that the green, let's say, infrastructure in these areas is much, much lower. This is also characteristic, really, not only in developing countries, but also in developed countries. You see, for example, the access to public and private green space in London by income group. You see, for example, that low-income population has much less access to green areas than, let's say, the high-income population. And also, the low-income urban areas are highly overcrowded compared, of course, to high-income urban zones in London. So the problem, of poverty in developing and developed countries is not the same, but this distinction and this difference exists almost everywhere with different characteristics. And the first victim of urban overheating is the low-income population. I'd like to show you the results of a recent study about, let's say, the first, let's say, nation population, the so-called Aboriginals here in Australia. Almost 80.4% of the people reporting that their homes are really too hot. Indoor temperatures close to 40 degrees. These houses have a very low energy efficiency. No insulation, no shading, sometimes dark roofs, no eaves. I'd like to read you what really one, let's say, person from the First Nation community said. Our home has no insulation. The windows don't have fly screens, and we cannot leave them open due to insects and safety. The heat inside gives me frequent headaches and tiredness. I also have a child with disability who is affected by the heat. There is an air conditioning in the main living area, but it's old and has not been serviced in a long time and is completely unaffordable to run. My home feels like a prison sometimes in summer. This happens in the developed Australia. So the conditions of living for the low-income population, especially under overheated conditions, is really all. I don't know why really I'm hearing again my, let's say, my voice, but yeah, it happens. Uh, I will
Sir, if it persists,
I will move to the next slide.
sir, for us
Anyway,
it's very
I will
clear,
continue.
sir. For us it is very clear,
I'm sorry?
sir. But if you think you have, for us it's very clear, sir. But if you think you have an issue which is disturbing you, you could log out and log in. If it is okay, you can continue.
I'm hearing my voice, What I said, in the previous 2 minutes is repeated, but it's okay. I will continue. So the problem, of the overheating of low-income population has a serious impact on health. And to understand really the discrepancies between, let's say, low-income and high-income population, I have to tell you that heat-related mortality in the low-income population below 22 years is really 3.7%. For the high-income population is almost the half of it, 2%. So heat-related mortality of the low-income population is almost the double, really, than the high-income population. Another important example is what is happening actually in New York. In New York, the black population and the white population is almost equal. Heat-related mortality of the black population is the double than for the white population. So you understand, really, that overheating, especially for low-income population, is affecting very much, really, their condition of life. I'd like to tell you something that happened this year in New York. Let's say, the city, Edison, the electricity supply, increased the prices of electricity by 11%. As a result, let's say many low-income households were not able to buy electricity for air conditioning or for any other, uses. Between, let's say, let's say, June to August, end of August 2025, the electricity supplier has stopped the electricity supply to 150 households in New York. 150,000 people, households. And this means, and most of them, 95%, were black population. So you understand that this population was not able to use air conditioning, a refrigerator, or whatever. So the problem of low-income population, which is really very important because of the lack of resources, becomes much more, let's say, serious because of the lack of electricity and because at the same time of, let's say, the lack of resources. Another important, let's say, element that has to be understood is that in United States, the mortality risk of high-income population during heat waves is almost 220% higher for the low than for 220%. So you understand that low-income population is paying a tremendous problem, a tremendous penalty on heat-related mortality and heat-related morbidity because of the overheating. And this brings us really to the very serious problem of, let's say, overheating, the problem of health. The problem of health is really a very interesting and very difficult, let's say, problem to tackle. Very well that the human bodies, when exposed to temperature beyond a certain threshold, the human thermoregulation system cannot really offset the impact of extreme heat, and this results to increased global mortality and morbidity. Heat-related morbidity and heat-related mortality, which is caused by the local climatic change, is very highly alarming, and it seems to be one of the current and future peak scientific topics. According to the World Health Organization, the magnitude of the heat-related mortality in the world is close to 500,000 people, let's say, per year. But this is not accurate. Why? Because we don't have accurate statistics from the developing countries. For example, we don't know what is happening in developing countries. We don't have statistics. Actually, it is estimated that it's 500,000 per year, but perhaps it's much, much higher. And really, in developing countries, the number of, let's say, heat-related mortality may be too high. What really happens to the human body and who is affected by the higher temperatures? First, the elderly population. The elderly population is the most vulnerable population group. Those with pre-existing health problems like respiratory, cardiovascular, or mental health problems. Those that they use medication that affect thermoregulation. Those lacking in economic asset and access to public support systems. And they have really lower physical and cognitive capacities. And really, this has a tremendous impact, especially to high-income population. Just to understand that in the developed European Union, heat-related mortality above 65 years old between, let's say, 2005 and our days has increased by 85%. 85% between, let's say, in the last 15 years because of the overheating. Another important, let's say, element and another important issue is that according to the existing, let's say, data we have from developed countries, population living in the warmer neighborhoods inside cities have 6% higher risk of mortality than those living in the cooler part of the city. So there's a tremendous, let's say, higher risk of mortality for those living in the hotter parts in developed countries. But the problem of health is not a deterministic function between, let's say, the temperature increase and the other climatic parameters. Depends on many other parameters. It's much more complicated. Depends very much on demographic parameters. Depends on socioeconomic parameters. And of course, depends very much on the health infrastructure in a specific country. But although we believe that the first victim of, let's say, urban overheating is the, let's say, older population, recent studies that have been carried out in the United States and Mexico shows that really the heat-related mortality in, let's say, in ages between 0 to 4 years old, babies, is higher than for the rest of the ages of the ages. So this is something that now we have, let's say, understood, especially in developing countries where the infrastructure really is not so good. So it's not only the age population that pays the penalty of the overheating. Babies really may have an important, let's say, may pay an important penalty now and in the future, something that really we don't have really the best documentation for the time being. And of course, we don't have any documentation from the developing countries. What's about the future? What really we expect for the future? Unfortunately, the data, which are really published by the World Health Organization and Lancet, shows, for example, for Southeast Asia, that the heat-related mortality under, let's say, 8.5 scenario will really skyrocket. And even, let's say, under more moderate scenarios. The same may happen, in different parts of the world, especially in South America and in Southern Europe, but not everywhere the same. But in Southeast Asia, the problem will be really very important and very serious. So the forecast really shows that heat-related mortality may increase tremendously in the next years. But it's not just heat-related mortality. We know very well now that urban overheating has a very serious adverse impact on well-being, really on mental health. And we will discuss about the mental health. But we know also that during really the period of the overheating, the increase assault rates, there's a very high increase of the attacks really during the, let's say, period of heat waves. And this is now very well documented. And all data published a year ago show, for example, the association between the, let's say, urban overheating, temperature increase, and mental health. From the graph you see at the left, you see that mood disorders, schizophrenia, etc., they increase almost exponentially during the period of heat waves, or let's say higher temperatures. So it's not only heat-related mortality and morbidity, it is also associated with very serious, let's say, mental health. Just to mention that the actual, let's say, budget spent all around the world for mental health is close to $2 billion per year. But this is expecting to increase up to 30 or 35, billions of American dollars per year by 2050. So mental health is going to be one of the major problems in the near future. Really is affected by mental health. A recent study from, let's say, the UK shows, for example, that the mental health assistance really for low-income population, those the left of the graph, is almost 260% higher than the necessary or the required mental health really support high-income population. So the very first, let's say, victims of the mental health problems really because of the overheating is the low-income population. So low-income population is living in areas of very high temperature, is living in areas, let's say, very low quality of housing, and has almost 2-3 times higher heat-related mortality, but also has almost 200% higher mental health problems because of the overheating. This is an issue that we'll have really to discuss in the near future, because it is expected that 3.5 billion people, about, let's say, 35% of the global population, in the near future will live in temperatures that we never had before in the human history, above 35, 36 degrees. And unfortunately, this may happen more in the Southeast Asia, including India. But I'm afraid to say that the problems of health-related mortality, heat-related morbidity, mental health are for sure very serious problems. But also, what we have really understood during the very last years is that suicide rate is increasing almost linearly with temperature. Studies in US, Mexico, Australia as well, show that, above 29, 30 degrees, depends on the country, the suicide rate is increasing by 0.7% per degree in US, 2.1% per degree in Mexican, while in Australia is 1.7% per degree. Do you understand what does it mean? 1.7 or 2% more suicide rates per degree of temperature increase. It's a tremendous, really, issue, which is affecting very much mental health, social stability, financial conditions, and of course, quality of life. And something that is not so well known. Unfortunately, higher temperatures affect very much the cognitive performance of people. Studies including, millions of people have shown that those exposed during the last 4 years in temperatures above 32 degrees present a very serious loss of cognitive performance. And all those that they are really exposed in schools at very high temperatures present much lower performance. The analysis of the PISA, results. PISA is an international competition for students of 15 years old in different, in different disciplines, shown that students exposed to higher temperatures present much, much lower performance. For example, as really reported very recently in Nature Journal, greater heat exposure during the school year may lead students in Brazil to learn 6% less than their South Korean counterparts per year. So, exposure to higher temperatures really affects the cognitive performance of our children. It is estimated in the United States, where really most schools of the white population have air conditioning, that if, the discrepancy between schools of white population and black or Hispanic population continues, in average, the American, new generation, by 2050, will lose 8% of their, cognitive performance in the near future. But at the same time, all the studies show that there is a tremendous, really, difference of, the cognitive performance between the black and the Hispanic students and the white students in the United States. And this is really a study performed not in between, 100 people. This is a study that happened and included 10 million American students. And it is found that really students which are exposed in high temperatures during the school period because of the lack of air conditioning in their school, they present in the national examination and the national, studies much, much lower performance than those, that they had really make studies in more comfortable, environment. And really, this is extremely important because creates important discrepancies and differences between, of course, the threshold of the overheating is not the same everywhere. People which is adapted to higher temperatures a much higher threshold than, threshold temperature than someone, from a colder, environment. But exposure to higher temperature affects very much their cognitive performance. Senior and the serious problems we may face, in the near future, because we risk really to have much higher cognitive loss of our children because of the overheating. But don't believe that is only the energy, environmental, health, and cognitive, impacts. At the same time, we know very well that occupational heat stress, which refers to the physiological effect of environmental heat stress on the body, has a major impact on the ability of workers to live healthy and productive lives. We have studies performed in 30 countries, which includes almost 450 million workers. And it is found that individuals working a single work shift under heat stress were more likely to experience occupational heat strain than individuals working in thermoelectrical, conditions. And unfortunately, this has a tremendous, impact. I'm sorry. actually, we know, as reported, that in United States, they lose almost 100 billion, let's say, dollars annually from, let's say, losses in labor productivity because of the overheating. And also, the economy of the United States grows at a much slower pace during the hot summer, and they lose almost 25% of their GDP. And it is exposed that about 1 million work life years will be lost by 2030 because really of the overheating. And what is really very important is that most of the losses will happen in developing countries. And you see among them is Indonesia, India, Nigeria, Brazil, and so on. But it's not only the loss of the working time, it's also the decrease of the productivity. Studies performed with millions of people all around the world trying really to, let's say, associate temperature against the, let's say, productivity of people, showing that above 30 degrees, productivity of people, even in indoor environment, may decrease up to 60%. So you see, for example, that working under high temperatures, productivity of people protected really is much, much lower. And according to the International Labour Organization, the losses in productivity from heat stress will be about 2.4 trillions by 2030. So it is really very serious. But also injuries and, let's say, losses in labor, according to the World Health Organization and the the International Workers Organization is increasing really tremendously as a function of temperature. You see how much really of the total work time is lost when temperature is going up to 35 degrees. And you see that this may go up to 70%. It is estimated really that 2.4 billion workers, which is almost 70% of the global workforce, are exposed to dangerous level of heat, threatening their health, safety, and productivity. Just in the United States, Black and Hispanic workers experience up to 18% higher productivity losses compared to their white counterparts, during this period. So it's not only that, we have much higher heat-related mortality and morbidity, much worse mental health, more, suicide rates. But low-income population is losing the income because they cannot work. And really, if we see the data, and I will show you data for India, heat stress, it became a significant drag of India economic growth. According to the World Bank, it is shown that heat-related reductions in working time and labor productivity, the actual cost really of these losses is between 1.5 to 2.5% of the GDP of the country. It's a tremendous loss. And unfortunately, these losses are projected to intensify really in the next years because of the higher temperatures. According to the World Bank, by 2050, the economic losses because of the higher temperatures and the loss of working time in India may be close to 3% of the GDP. 3% of the GDP is huge. And the worst scenario says 5.5%. 5.5% is a tremendous really loss of GDP because really the economic losses. And the World Bank can say clearly, India is facing significant economic losses due to heat-related reductions in working time and productivity. And the current and the projected estimates indicate that the annual earning loss in India are between, 0.5 billion to 2 billion USD, American dollars. And in, 2050, the, losses will be close to, between 3 billion, USD per year. So it's tremendous. But the more, tremendous study for the future and for 2050 is the assessment of the workload losses in Southeast Asia. And you see, for example, that it is expected that, let's say by 2050, and especially, during the period, of high temperature, the work losses, especially for those working outdoors, will be close to 80%. So you can understand that the impact of, let's say, the work time losses in Southeast Asia, including, let's say, India, will be tremendous and will affect really the GDP of the country, and also a part of the global, let's say, indices will affect very much the quality of life of people in the country. Trying really to understand really the economic and the financial, let's say, impact of overheating. And really, we have to see which really may be the impact in these countries. And the losses may be as high as 5 or 6%, mainly in developing countries, which are not responsible for the climatic change. Among them, unfortunately, is India and the other countries in the Southeast Asia. So the conclusion is that because really of the increase of the temperature, we have a tremendous increase of the energy consumption. We'll come back to that. We have a tremendous increase of the, let's say, environmental impact. We have a very serious impact on heat-related mortality and morbidity and human health. We lose a lot of, let's say, financial resources because of the loss of working time, but at the same time, people really is losing the income. Unfortunately, they are not responsible for that. The estimated cumulative losses between 1992 2013 from the anthropogenic extreme generated heat is 16 trillions to 50 trillions globally. And unfortunately, according to, let's say, the official institutions, this corresponds, to 8% of the gross domestic product per capita in regions of the poorest, let's say, countries. So those that they are not responsible for the climatic change, for the temperature increase, they pay the penalty. Really may happen in the future. I think that I will stop for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You may ask me, and then we'll continue about the future.
It's a very interesting lecture. Very interesting. We have lots of doubts actually. May I first ask my doubt, sir?
Yes.
Sir, in the study that you had conducted on 110 houses for 12 hours.
The study, what, in the 100 houses in Western Sydney?
Yes, on the low income houses.
Yes, what?
Could you please elaborate how the study was carried?
Yeah. We measure indoor temperature in the 110 houses during 1 year. And we measure at the same time, let's say, indoor pollution. So we collect it automatically, by using sensors, all the indoor temperatures. We had 2 sensors per house. And also, let's say, many other parameters, income, health, etc., etc., etc. So this is a published, study. I can send you the paper if you like. This is something that really was financed by the local government of New South Wales, and aimed really to understand what's happening in low-income housing in Australia. And unfortunately, indoor temperature during the winter was 40 degrees, but during the summer was 40 degrees, but during the winter, something that I have not really mentioned, is 5 degrees. So these people is suffering, and these people is not 1% of the population. It's 35% of the population in Australia. So I believe that the problem of poverty affects very much, low-income population in the developing countries. Of course, it's not the same. It's not the magnitude. It's not the same. But also in developed countries, there's a tremendous problem of low-income population.
Right. So, and any qualitative analysis of how they feel was done?
Yes, yeah. I can send you the paper. I will send you the paper, okay?
Right, sir, right. Sir.
I think that there was a question asking about Athens someone, but I lost it.
Yeah, there is a question by Elish Vidul. Dr. Seta Morris, you mentioned that in Athens, the low income or vulnerable populations live in areas that are significantly hotter than most affluent neighborhoods, sometimes by 7 to 8 degrees centigrade, due to the way they are situated around the city. What urban planning interventions or policies do you suggest to specifically protect these vulnerable groups from the impacts of UHI?
We enter into something that we have not discussed until now, mitigation and adaptation. Not really refer to mitigation and adaptation, it just really describe the impacts. There are many, let's say, solutions we have, many solutions. And allow me really to reply to your question at the end of this lecture, when really I will elaborate a little bit more mitigation and adaptation. And it is not only a technological problem. It's at the same time a political and strategic problem, financial and political problem. If someone believes really that can solve the problem of, let's say, urban overheating by using technology, he's wrong. It's not just technology. It's just policy and financial, and economic issues. But I will come back to that with specific examples, specific data later, and we will have the opportunity to elaborate it because it's extremely important.
Right. There is another question by Ms. Ayushi Dhar. She says, thanks for the very interesting lecture, Professor Santamoris. I am Ayushi, a PhD scholar researching on integrating NBS in Indian cities to counter urban heat. Most Indian cities have only 1 or 2 weather monitoring stations, making it difficult to understand air temperature variations across different neighborhoods. Majorly, land surface temperatures are relied upon as proxy measures of the air UHI. But urban canopy temperatures don't reflect ground level dynamics. So, can it be used as a reliable measure of air temperature at smaller resolutions so as to understand the intra-city heat exposure?
Thank you for the question. It's a very interesting question. You are right. You need to have better documentation. You need to have proper data to define, proper mitigation, adaptation, let's say, measures. And I fully agree on it. But allow me just one comment. In India, you have fantastic scientists producing really wonderful results using advanced simulation, experiments, measurements, etc. In India, you have a lot of documentation, a lot of scientific documentation. You have fantastic, really, data. So, in my opinion, the, let's say, lack of measures is not because of lack of, let's say, meteorological data. It's because of other reasons that I don't like to refer. So, you have the information, you have the knowledge, you have really fantastic researchers, among the best in the world. You have all the data there, But as I mentioned before, it's not a technological issue. It's much more than that. So it is important to have the proper documentation, and it is important really to consider, let's say, the proper, let's say, data. What is missing from India, and I think that it is something that has to be done, is to collect proper data on health. Heat-related mortality, heat-related morbidity, mental health, and all these kind of things. We don't have proper data. For example, I think the data about mortality against pollution in the Indian cities. Completely out of the standards, in the world. Mortality must be, according to the international standards and the international knowledge, must be much, much higher. So I think that this has to be, corrected. This has to be, improved. Documentation on the impact of, overheating, pollution, climatic change, quality of life has to be better, documented, has to be better, organized. This is missing. And India is losing money because of this, because cannot really go to the international, institutions and ask really for help about it. I will really report and discuss about it later, and you will see that the financial possibilities of India to apply advanced mitigation and adaptation solutions is minimal, is reduced for reasons that I will explain you later. So it's very important really to, associate the overall policy with some, policy and financial new mechanisms.
Right. Thank you, doctor. There is one question by Mr. Parthib Dev, where he asks, is there any evidence that UHI can contribute in urban floodings?
Contribute? What kind of contribution? Give you money?
Does it instigate urban flooding, UHI?
In USA, we have tremendous, environmental damages, and this increases tremendously, And at the same time, the cost of environmental damages in the United States is skyrocketed. Also, in specific areas, in the United States, the insurance companies, they refuse really to insure, the areas or the houses. In Louisiana, for example, or in Texas, they refuse to do it. So if you have a house really, and there is a problem of not insured, and so the price or the value of your house is almost zero. No one likes to buy it. So this is a very serious problem. That happens. This is among the major non-environmental, and among the more, important financial problems that we have. But the problems in the United States have nothing to do with, with India. It's completely different, and the reasons are different, the economy is different, the resources are different, the policy is different. So once really we propose solutions, we have to propose solutions take into account the local context, I cannot really propose solutions which are appropriate for United States and India, it's a completely different thing.
Right. Any more questions? Either tap or, Miss Brinda Kothari, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. The lecture was really insightful, but I had a doubt as previously you mentioned about energy consumption and the power plants and etc. All of that. Basically, I had a doubt which was like also like ma'am had previously mentioned about solar power. There was a doubt regarding the same. About how solar power is also causing issues for urban heat island. So my question was that energy consumption is required and hand in hand. It also generates heat or the urban heating overheating, but so my question was like how are there any measures that could help dissipate like without because solar power is needed and energy generation is also one this thing, but how are there any case examples of any other cities which have maybe helped with such kind of situations where like I don't know, am I putting it correctly, but
Understood. Yeah. I will refer to that, and I have some slides on it later. So give me some time, and I will come back to that.
Yes, sir. Okay, sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, let's continue.
Yes.
So, I have tried really to describe you briefly the impacts of climatic change. What about the future? What really we expect for the future? All studies shows that really in our cities we may expect an important overheating. The overheating will not be the same everywhere, but the temperature will increase all around the world. And mainly the temperature increase will happen during the night period. We expect an increase of the temperature during the night period in our cities by between 3 to 5 degrees and an increase of the daytime temperature between 1 to 2 degrees. And this is something that almost, all actual, let's say, simulations and forecasts, let's say, demonstrate. But it is very important to understand the future, let's say, climatic conditions, take into account the current climatic conditions. We have to understand that actually, about 9% of the global population, which is about 600 million people, is living under climatic conditions, under temperatures that we never had before in human history, out of the so-called human climate niche. And this 9% may increase by 2000 and let's say 50 or later up to 22 or 39%, which means something that I mentioned before, 3.5 billion people will live under, let's say, extremely high temperatures, let's say by the next years. And the actual, let's say, forecast, unfortunately, show that really this may happen in developing countries. And very unfortunately, the country that will really most affected will be India. And let's say about only 2 billion people in developing countries in Southeast, let's say Southeast Asia, will experience and will be exposed in temperatures above 35 degrees, in their cities. And this is very clear from the actual, let's say, forecast and the actual conditions also in cities of Southeast Asia, including, let's say, India, and in average, of course. Under the current climatic conditions, we have 86 days above 35 degrees per year. If temperature increases by, let's say, 2 degrees, this 86 will increase up to 105. And if temperature increase will be 3 degrees, very probable, this will increase up to 134 days per year, which means that, let's say, 1/3 of the year, temperature will be higher than 35 degrees. And you may easily understand, the energy, environmental, and health impact. But who is going to pay more because of this future overheating? The low-income population. In these cities, I'm so sorry. In these cities, the exposure of low-income population to temperatures above 35 degrees will be 83 per year. Now, the high-income population in these cities is exposed to high temperatures just 16 days per year. So these are really tremendous discrepancies that happens in our cities. So the issue of climate change or overheating is not something that has to be seen as a climatological issue without taking into account and without to be associated with social and financial, let's say, conditions. And also discussing about the future. Actually, there are about, let's say, there is a shortfall of about 330 million homes in the world. And this year it is expected the shortfall will be close to 450 million of, let's say, homes. The additional, let's say, housing needs by 2030 will be equal or greater than the actual area of China. And to understand really how much we built actually and what is happening regarding, let's say, the housing needs, I have to tell you that we add a total floor area equal to the city of Paris per week. We built a new Paris per week. The issue is what kind of buildings? How these buildings really face the problem of climatic change? How these buildings may, let's say, protect the population in the world? And of course, we know very well that the building sector is facing a significant shortage of adequate housing. About 1.8 billion people all around the world lives in informal settlements under standard conditions. Close to 2 billion people live in slums. And there is a very, let's say, urgent need for safe and appropriate shelter. In Africa, more than 56% of the urban population, and most of them they're young people, lives in slums. By 2100, urban and suburban land allocated for future development will increase by 50% or 80% compared to 2010. So we will expand, the built environment. This expansion is almost, equivalent to nearly 50 times the area of Greater London. So you understand how this may affect vulnerability in cities. And this brings us to the major future energy problem, the use of energy for cooling. Actually, the cooling energy consumption all around the world is not so high. It is between 13 to 16%, not so high. And in the graph, you see this is the red line. By 2050, consumption for cooling may increase tremendously, up to 2,270%. And this because of the climatic change, the overpopulation, and the additional needs of the population. So by having such a tremendous increase, this will affect, the overall, not only energy, but the overall financial balance of the countries. A recent study of the LBNL, Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory in the United States, showed that the expected energy consumption for cooling of just one Indian city, Mumbai, may be higher than the total energy consumption for cooling of the United States. So how India will cover these needs? What kind of stations? What kind of fuels? How much of pollution? How much of emissions? Which is going to be the cost? All these issues really have to be discussed. But even if we solve, all these political, economic, financial problems, the main problem, that happens actually, in the world is the penetration as a function of income to the societies of developing countries. If you try really to, let's say, study and calculate the penetration of air conditioning in the different income groups, in the left you have the low incomes, in the right you have the high incomes, you will see that low-income population in developing countries, you see in India, do not have real air conditioning, do not benefit from the air conditioning, while the high-income population has real, of let's say, penetration of air conditioning. So in Mexico, for example, only 2% of the low-income population has, let's say, air conditioning, or in India, it's 22%. But given this, we may think, and we may, let's say, start to planning what will happen in the future when we will have 3.5 billion people living under high temperatures. Unfortunately, the penetration of air conditioning will be very low in the low-income population. And this is really what is expected to happen in 2050. And will be low because of the lack of resources and because of the financial conditions. So billions of people will live really under very high temperature without the possibility. So don't believe that air conditioning is really the solution for the future. In the United States, as I mentioned to you before, a very high part of the population, especially the blacks and the Hispanics, they have to prepay the electricity. The same happens with the First Nation here in Australia. They have to prepay the electricity. And as a function, as a result of this, about 42% of, let's say, the New Yorkers, and especially the black population, they really fell behind the utility payments. The result, they cut the electricity. And you understand that a very high part of the population, 23%, they don't have electricity in New York. And so what about air conditioning? What about, let's say, technological development? They don't have the resources. The other important issue is that the cost is not the same for everyone. It changes as a function, of the income and the specific conditions. And the marginal cost is much, much higher, really, for the low-income countries than for the high-income countries. For example, take India. The marginal cost of, let's say, air conditioning is almost, 50% or 60% higher than the cost, of the Western Europe. So it's not only that there is no enough electricity, it's not only that we don't have enough resources for investment for electricity supply, is that the cost of air conditioning is much higher in these countries. And this is very clear also for, let's say, the different countries when really we compare the cost of the low-income population for air conditioning against the high-income population. Imagine that all of them, they have really the potential for air conditioning. For example, the additional marginal cost for India of the low-income population is almost, let's say, 100% higher than the additional marginal cost for the high-income population in India. So this, let's say, inequality that happens in most countries, not only in India, you see in the United States, also everywhere, in China as well. This affects very much, the ability of these countries to, let's say, have air conditioning and, let's say, supply with the proper electricity the low-income population. And this brings us to, let's say, what's happening in India in 2023 and 2024. Since, April 23, in India and also in Southeast heat wave, temperatures have increased tremendously. And this is very well known and very well affected. Because of the very high, let's say, temperatures, low-income population in India, in non-proper houses, they went really and they installed air conditioners everywhere. You know very well that because of this tremendous, let's say, penetration of air conditioning in India, it's not really difficult to buy or expensive to buy an air conditioner, but it's very difficult to run it and expensive to run it. The increase of the peak electricity demand in India in 1 year was 15.2%. 15.2% is the highest recorded increase of power demand in the world. There is no country that can really build 15% more power plants per year. The cost is tremendous, of the countries, and at the same time, the cost of the electricity will be skyrocketed. Who can pay for it? So this is the serious problem. As a result, really, of, unfortunately, the, let's say, tremendous increase of the air conditioning and the demand for electricity because of the ability, the non-potential really to increase the electricity supply, you know very well that most of the Indian cities, during this period, they have electricity supply for 4 or 5 hours per day. So don't believe that air conditioning is a solution that really is out or is not associated with many and really serious financial and economic policies. These are the bad news. Do we have good news? Yes. Because during the very last years, there's a tremendous research trying really to develop technologies that can really mitigate urban heat and decrease the temperature in cities. I don't have the time really to go through all the mitigation technologies in this lecture. I think that after tomorrow, we will have a lecture on materials, and Thursday, we will have a lecture on greenery, so we will have much more details on it. But I like really to present you the actual developments we have in the very last years. Super cool materials. Super cool materials are materials which present a very high reflectance to solar radiation, but at the same time present a very high emittance to the so-called atmospheric window, 7 to 13, 8 to 13 micrometers. So super cool materials may dissipate the excess heat directly to space. And In this case, supercool materials may present, subambient temperatures. In my university here let's say in Sydney, we have developed these supercool materials, and I'd like to show you some of the results. Under the Australian desert, temperature was very high, solar radiation extremely high. These materials exhibit a surface temperature under the sun during the summer about 10 degrees, let's say, subambient temperature. So these materials are natural air conditioners and may be used for cooling. These materials may be used really to cool, let's say, buildings and urban structures without really the consumption of energy. And recently, in collaboration with, let's say, UCL in London, we have developed some coatings, paints, which are very cheap, extremely cheap, which really present a very high reflectance and a very high cooling potential. These very cheap paints really present under the Australian desert 5 to 6 degrees, let's say, surface temperature below the ambient. So we can have subambient temperature. And the most important is that these materials are already available into the market, and these materials really may contribute for, let's say, to heat and cool, let's say, the buildings, and also to heat and cool cities. There are a lot of studies performed, in Kolkata, about, let's say, the potential of, let's say, supercool materials in India. And I will present you later, how these supercool materials may, let's say, contribute to cool the Indian cities. But there is a problem with these materials. The reflectance is very high. So these materials may be used only on the roofs because of the very high, let's say, optical annoyance. How we can solve this problem? The new generation of materials that has been developed has really succeeded to decrease, let's say, the reflectance of the materials and compensate, the loss of reflectivity by using fluorescent technologies. And so we have, let's say, colored supercool materials using fluorescent and photonic technology. Under, the testing under the Australian desert conditions, the colored supercool materials present exactly the same temperature like the white supercool materials. So imagine a red or a yellow or a brown, material paint, exactly the same temperature like a photonic white. But the more impressive is that these colored materials, a red one, for example, presents 3 degrees lower surface temperature than the conventional white. Usually, colored materials have much higher temperature really than the white materials. Supercool materials, photonic supercool materials, and color supercool materials present 3 to 4 degrees lower surface temperature than the conventional white, although they have really a color. So, in conclusion, during the very last years, we have succeeded to decrease or to have materials that may decrease, the surface temperature of cities up to 20, 25 degrees. And you may ask me if really this kind of technology is really implemented. Yes, it is implemented in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have implemented supercool materials in the city. As a result, we have succeeded to decrease the peak temperature of the city up to 4.5 degrees, and at the same time, decrease the energy consumption in Riyadh, a very warm city, by 17 or up to 35% with some other, let's say, improvements. In Sydney, the use of these materials may decrease the cooling demand in Sydney by almost 49%. But the most important, which of course refers to what you have in India, is that once these, let's say, materials, very cheap materials, are implemented on the roof of low-income housing in, let's say, in desert areas of Australia for the Aboriginal population, we have succeeded to decrease indoor temperature by 10 degrees. So instead of having, let's say, population living under 40 degrees, you may apply these cool materials, or super cool materials, and decrease the temperature by 10 degrees coast. Studies performed in Calcutta by, let's say, some colleagues that I think that they follow the lecture, have shown that once these materials are implemented, in Calcutta, may decrease the peak temperature, let's say, in the city between 1.6 to 5.3 degrees, depending on the climatic conditions. So there is a potential, and there is also a hope that we can really decrease the peak temperature of cities up to 5 degrees. And the recent study that has been performed really in India shows that large-scale deployment of cool roofs, not super cool materials, the conventional cool roofs, and some additional, let's say, advanced materials, has a potential to save up to 317,000 lives and prevent more than 68 million tons of CO2. So this is very important. Implementation of cool roofs in India, especially in informal settlements, can provide an average of 186 additional labor hours per household per year. This is nearly 23 extra working days annually, assuming that we have 8 hours per work. This is translated to approximately 22 billion in productivity, American dollars in productivity gains from now on to 2030, or 8 billion annually. So I presented you before the bad news, how much we are losing because, of the climatic change and the overheating. Now we have the good news. Yes, we have the technology. We can really reverse the conditions. On the other hand, someone asked me about photovoltaics. Photovoltaics can be used at the city scale. We have developed, photovoltaic pavements. You see, for example, in Athens, with the collaboration of some colleagues from Calcutta. You see the names there. And these photovoltaic, let's say, pavements may help tremendously to, let's say, produce electricity at the city scale and decrease the temperature instead of having, asphalt or dark materials. Of course, simulation shows that once we have, let's say, large implementation of photovoltaic, let's say, modules at the city scale, and these are results for Sydney and also for Calcutta, we may, let's say, increase the temperature of the city up to 1.5 or 2 degrees. And this applies to the question I had before from the lady. But it does mean that we don't have to use, let's say, photovoltaics in the city. We have to use photovoltaics with hybrid systems. We need really to produce hot water and at the same time electricity. So we decrease the release of sensibly heat to the environment. We don't have the problem of additional, let's say, heating at the city scale, and at the same time we have electricity, let's say, also at the city. And you see, for example, the expected increase of, let's say, in Calcutta, because of the, let's say, increase implementation of, let's say, photovoltaic solar panels at the city scale. So simulation shows that the temperature may increase up to 1.5 degrees. And of course, the cost, for the city is tremendous, because this means additional, let's say, air conditioning. This means working hours or higher, let's say, working time losses, and many, many other things. So you have, replying really to the question before, you have the knowledge. You have produced all the studies. You know everything, and these are to what's happening in the rest of the world. You need really to communicate this information, and decision makers, they have to take into account this and implement the proper, let's say, solutions. And I like really to stop here about the technological developments. We'll come back, the next days, and start a little bit discussing about policy and at the same time, financial issues. And you may ask me, let's say, about the future. I don't like really to comment about the future. I hate it. But I like to refer, to the letter sent by the director of NASA to, let's say, to Nature in 2024, April 2024. And what really the director of NASA says? It says that by 2023, the, let's say, urban overheating or the overheating in general was 0.2 degrees per decade. Since 2023 up to our days, overheating is close to 0.2 degrees per year. I'm not saying that. This is said by the director of NASA. Why this happened? We don't have the time to discuss. There are many papers explaining that, but this is what has happened. So we have an intensification of the climatic change. And we have the technology at the same time. But is technology enough really to, let's say, eradicate the problem of climatic change and policy and poverty and many issues? No, unfortunately. We need really to develop additional financial and political issues. And in the countries we are living, not in centralized economy, really we have to, let's say, monetize the cost of the overheating. And what does it mean, monetization of, let's say, the overheating? It means that those that they increase the heat, let's say the overheating, they have to pay for it. Those that increase the pollution, they have to pay for it. The same that happens actually for the CO2. How this can be done? We will discuss about it. But before really discussing about this, let's say, new financial tool, we have to examine what is happening really, especially in the developing countries, regarding the potential for implementation of advanced technologies and mitigation technologies to, let's say, eradicate the problem or, let's say, improve the conditions. The major issue that we have actually, in developing countries, including India, is that the public debt, the external public debt, is 92 trillion American dollars, and is increasing tremendously. And unfortunately, most of this, let's say, external debt goes to developing countries. And you see, for example, the increase of the external debt of the developing countries. So, actually, to understand, India has to pay for internal rate, for external rates, to, let's say, pay for the debts they have. A budget which is higher than what India is spending for health, education, and transport. So you understand that if really the developing countries, they have to continue paying these tremendous debts, they will not have the resources to do anything. So they will not have the resources to implement, let's say, advanced heat mitigation and heat adaptation technologies, and they will not have the resources to reverse poverty. This is the major issue. So one of the main tools is really to decrease, cut the external debt of these countries. Under the actual political conditions, this is impossible. And, those that the governors, they don't accept this. This is one of the solutions. The second climate or the second financial, let's say, policy, let's say, tool or policy that we may, let's say, implement it, it has to do with the redistribution, of the income out of the wealth. You have to know that actually the richest 1% of the world gain about 63% of the new wealth created between 2021. So 63% of the wealth in the world goes to 1% of the global population. On the contrary, 99% of the bottom gain about 37% of the new wealth created. And the benefits and the gains of the 1%, as you can see from the graph, is increasing tremendously. So the tool that is proposed now is to, let's say, redistribute the gains of these guys. And if we continue business as usual, 10, 20 years, they will collect 85-90% of the global wealth. So if we increase, actually, the annual wealth tax, in these people, 2% on individuals with over 5 millions, 3% on those with over 50 millions, 5% on billionaires, we can have 2.5 trillions per year. With such a taxation, which is not so high for these people, really, we may collect about, let's say, a budget poverty per year. 2 billion people with an increase of the taxation rate to 1%, by 2 or 3%. And also, will really save billions of people from hunger all around the world. And, this is really how the wealth of the 1% is increasing. You see that it's increasing almost exponentially. By implementing such a taxation policy, we will lose this part, the red part, which means that we'll, let's say, bring the income of these people down to the levels, of 10,010, which is not a big issue, but we will save really 2 billion people or even more. Just to understand that in Africa, 4 individuals, they have almost 70% of the income of the whole continent. 4 people have the income, 70% of the income of the whole, let's say, continent. So the second tool is really to retax the very rich 1% of the population. The first was really to, let's say, decrease the external debt. And you see how really the countries, they have decreased the taxation rate of the 1%, increasing really continuously. You may not believe it, but the richest part, the richest person of the world, I don't like to mention his name, you know him, he's paying 3% of taxation per year. The third tool that I like really to mention, it has to do with the creation of the warming markets, urban warming markets, which means that those really, they pollute, and those they collect the money, they need to pay. And those that they decrease the temperature in cities, they have really, or they decrease the pollution, they need to have the benefits. If, for example, a community or a council or, you know, a city is increasing the temperature because it's using non-appropriate material and because they don't care about greenery and because they put black asphalt everywhere, they have to pay the cost. They will take care. Those that they build and they decrease the temperature by using appropriate mitigation technologies, a very high, let's say, part of the budget created by this penalty to those that they pollute or those that increase the temperature may goes to the low-income population. So this is the third tool we may create. And this can be done easily by using urban green bonds, sustainable real estate, you know, management, microfinance, financing urban business innovation, green lease, and also, you know, public-private partnerships and so on. So I'd like to conclude that this is my last slide. World cities are experiencing very dangerous high levels of overheating. Overheating is extremely well, let's say, documented. It's a serious problem. This crisis affects billions of low-income households, which unfortunately are disproportionately exposed to extreme overheat. At the same time, scientific knowledge on urban mitigation has reached a very advanced level and holds immense potential to alleviate poverty and support low-income communities. We have the knowledge, we have the technology. However, most current urban heat mitigation strategies rely heavily on empirical approaches, what I discussed with you at the beginning, not scientific approaches, and technical interventions with really largely overlooking the integration of financial instruments and political mechanisms that could really directly support heat vulnerable populations. In an empirical way. They don't take into account scientific knowledge. They proceed with green embellishment, you know, of public urban spaces, and without really using scientific knowledge. And this, of course, without consideration of social and economic dimension, which is not a viable solution. Superficial greening may offer aesthetic appeal, may improve, you know, the aesthetics of city, but without a strategic planning and without equity-focused design, it fails to address the root causes of urban overheating and, unfortunately, exacerbate existing inequalities. At the same time, we have a very strong acceleration of local climatic change and also the global climatic change, and which is combined with the absence of effective urban mitigation policies, which unfortunately it intensifies the crisis. The problem becomes more and more serious. This not only worsens environmental conditions, but also deepens social and economic challenges, and particularly for the vulnerable population, which are least equipped to adapt. Regional climatic change, urban overheating, is a complex, multidisciplinary challenge and spans technological, social, and economic scientific domains. To address it effectively requires integrated approaches, which combine climatic science, engineering, urban planning, public health, economic, social policy. It asks for an holistic approach. Only by bridging these disciplines, we can develop a resilient, equitable, and sustainable solution. When we integrate holistic mitigation policies, we have really based on scientific evidence, not solely on empirical knowledge, and have to be designed with deep understanding of the complex social and economic realities of urban population. Only when these comprehensive approaches are used, we may, let's say, affect, the conditions of the urban population and address the challenges. And finally, The cost, the financial and social cost of inaction on regional climatic change is staggering and is escalating. Delayed responses led to mounting infrastructure damage, disrupted economies, public health crisis, and deepening social inequalities. Every year of hesitation is making adaptation more expensive and mitigation more urgent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thanks a lot. A wonderful and intense presentation. Anybody has any queries, anything you want to discuss or ask?
Professor, I'd like to say that I can really share my slides with anyone who is interested. Or I can send it to you and you can put it on, on the way you wish.
Yes, that will be great. That will be great, Professor. Anyone has any queries or any doubts? Everyone is giving you a thumbs up for no volunteering to share the slides because it was on everybody's mind. Each slide is a PhD. Anybody has anything to ask?
Hello. Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes. This is regarding, you had mentioned the overheating in terms of temperature and um, decrease in nighttime temperatures because of installing PV cells on rooftops in cities. And also in terms of cool materials and cooling tiles, supercooling materials, as well as cool pavements. You did mention about using them on wall surfaces would increase the temperature. Using them on roof surfaces are better in terms of reducing the urban heat at the canyon level. But in Indian scenarios or Indian cities, most of these informal settlements are amidst high-rise apartments. So in such cases, even applying these cool materials on rooftops, won't it act as a heat trap because of high-rise apartments surrounding these informal settlements, especially in cities like Mumbai?
Yeah, I see your question. Yes, you're right. There are direct and indirect benefits. The direct benefits, are mainly, for the, let's say, those living in the upper parts of the housing. But the indirect, let's say, benefits are very high. Why? Because once you decrease the temperature of the city by 4.5 degrees, the cooling demand may decrease, by 45%. Because we have much lower, urban temperatures. So the implementation of these materials at the urban scale is not really, let's say, targeting the direct decrease of the temperature or the direct, let's say, decrease of, let's say, of the cooling load in buildings. It aims really to decrease the temperature in the city, and by decreasing the temperature of the city, you decrease the cooling demand.
So, okay, maybe not at the micro scale, it might at the regional scale, there will be a benefit, is what you are suggesting.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think there's one question in the chat, Professor Vijay Lakshmi.
Yes. Okay, so I have to scroll. Okay.
The question is from Dr. Faiz. While some studies have shown a temperature increase of about...
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Sir, there is a question from Dr. Faiz. While some studies have shown a temperature increase of about 1 to 1.5 degrees due to solar panels, are there any studies that report similar increase in ambient temperature resulting from the use of cool roofs, super cool roofs, or cool pavement materials?
So, do not increase the temperature because you have much higher reflectance and higher emittance. So the expected decrease, of the ambient temperature, not because of simulations, but we have more than 500, large implementation of cool roofs in the world. The decrease of the temperature, the peak temperature in cities because of cool roof may be 1.5 degrees. When super cool materials are used, this may go up to 3 degrees.
Is that okay, Dr. Faz, or any sub-questions? Any other questions anyone has? Thank you. Dr. Faz says thank you.
Thank you.
Right. No more queries, is it? Ms. Pooja Gangwar says that would be very helpful, sir. Very interesting presentation, lot of new information. Ms. Brinda Kothari says, thank you, sir. It was a great session. Yes, and
What I'm proposing is that after the, we have 4 more, let's say, sessions. Tomorrow we have case studies. Wednesday we have materials. Thursday we have green areas. And Friday we have a impact on low-income population. I will put them together, about, let's say, 400 slides, and then you can treat it the way you wish.
right. I'll do that, doctor.
I have no problem really to distribute it, but not as a PowerPoint, more as a PDF.
Fine. That will work. So, no more queries, no more questions. Well, except that there is lot of scope for work in India. That's one of the readings we have for the day. So, are there any more questions or shall we wind up this session? I'll give you probably a minute if anyone has questions. Yes, Miss Pooja.
Just a second.
Pooja, you may text if you are
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Prashanti.
You may text if you want, right, Pooja?
Yeah, Satvik, you may also text, or you can, Satvik, you
Question in
can
the
ask.
chat box that what would be the effect of solar pavements, particularly solar pavements on urban heat islands?
Sorry, is there a question? Can you repeat it?
Sir, the question is, what is the effect of solar pavements in UHI?
Of solar what?
Solar pavements.
Solar
Oh, solar
pavements
pavements.
in UHI.
Solar pavements, depends. Solar pavements, if are used instead of asphalt, may decrease the temperature up to 1 degree. If really are used, let's say, instead of cool pavements, may increase the temperature up to 0.5 degrees. So it depends where you compare. But the benefits of solar pavements is that, you have the production of electricity. And if you replace, for example, asphalt with a solar pavement, you have many benefits, because you have electricity, and at the same time, you, let's say, substitute the asphalt, which is really of much higher temperature, with something of lower temperature. It's not the best solution for the built environment, but it's a good solution.
Right. And Mr. Satvik, you could please ask your question.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, in one of your slides, you have mentioned that the mortality rate of the whites and blacks are different, and in one of the line it was mentioned that there is the the rate of the mortality of the black people then in the from the whites in New York. Is that just because of the socio-economic conditions or the division of the labor they perform there, due to which they get exposed, or there are some other constraints also that can be considered, sir?
Yeah, because they are much more exposed to heat. When you are living, I have to tell you something. When you are living under 40 degrees and you are an old guy or a very young guy, you are much more exposed. And once you have a problem, you will have a problem, of mortality. You have to understand that those that they pass away during the heat waves are really the low-income people, which are not really protected. Those that they don't have houses, those that they live in the city, those that they don't have protection. But once you have, like in New York this year, 150,000 households without electricity. 150,000 households means 300, 400,000 people, It's a very high number, It's a tremendous number. A very high part is really a part is population with, let's say, existing medical problems. And once you put someone, with existing medical problems, cardiovascular, respiratory problems, to live continuously under 40 degrees, he will die. He will can stay, he can resist for 1 day, the maximum, then he will die,
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Any more questions? Anybody else? If not, can I summarize and
Yes, ma'am.
yes, sir. Doesn't look right. Thank you, Dr. Santamoris. It was a pleasure listening to you. And it was too intense. We need time to absorb this slowly. There are very many doubts, no doubt, because as you know, every slide of yours is actually almost a PhD. So much research has gone, and you have just given us the abstract of the final findings. So thank you very much for today's session. And I'm sure we all are going to benefit from the presentation once you give, because it's going to give us multitude of ideas for various things that we could do in the Indian context, because there's so much scope also, being a tropical warm country which has so much of heat stress, and heat waves have increased drastically over the past decade or so. So we have a lot of scope, and I think we will use those very positively. So for today's session, I think we will call it a day, and we will join tomorrow at 10 a.m. IST for my session and 11 a.m. IST for Dr. Matt Santamoris' session. So am I right, Doctor? Tomorrow 11 o'clock IST, which is like today. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Meenal. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Participants, Prashanti, attendance le liya hai?
Yes, yes. Participants, I have one request to you. If it is possible, you can keep your name, rename it, the name of joining, because it is little bit difficult for me to take the attendance. But though I have considered after asking in person also, people texted me, it is their name, so I have done, but kindly do it here. Kindly join in time so that it will be great. In between, it will get difficult to take you inside. And if you have any questions, if you have audio issues, kindly text in the chat box. We will definitely take your queries to the speakers. Thank you for maintaining the discipline during the sessions. We will request you to keep yourself mute and see the chat box time to time, because I need to take the photos in between for the report also. So thank you once again for your patience and for showing the interest in joining the GIAN course. Thank you so much. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. And this session's attendance is also over, so that is also fine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you everybody, and tomorrow we will meet at 10 a.m. for my session. It's a 1 hour session, and at 11 a.m. for Dr. Matt Santamoris' session. So most of these would be case studies, little theory. Mine will be lot of theory, some case study. His would probably be lots of case studies. So we will meet tomorrow. Right, somehow we managed it till 2 o'clock. That's great.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks, Mukambika. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Gauri. Thank
Thank you,
you.
ma'am.
Thanks, Brinda. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Yeah. Bye bye. I'll also leave.